Cool.
Evening, folks.
Evening all.
How's everybody doing?
You know, I should get this open.
How are you doing, Niz?
That's really nice of you to ask. It's been five.
Oh, I don't
years.
care.
That's me. You know what? Not great, mate. Let's air this one out in front of the public.
You really want to do this? You really want to bring up the bad blood in our family?
Yeah, well, actually, there are a few things.
Let's get everyone else on the phone. Let me call Nan now.
You'll never. Oh my god. Actually, Nan called me the other day, and I didn't call her back.
Oh, she called me as well. I've spoken to her. She was just checking up.
No. Yeah, just she never calls me. Oh yeah, should do that. Hey, who we got? Survivor, Ludum Dare. Hey, yes, potato music. Whatever that is, yes. Sorry, on the Ludum Dare website. Hey, GC guys, what's up? Hey, Skye. Okay, rude. I'm here as well. My first ever Ludum Dare. Get involved. Discord. Yes. Hey, Skye and Niru. Thank you, Hyperstar. Good guy. Or girl. I don't know. I'm about to have dinner. I'll be 46 starts. Cool.
Me too, actually. I've got a bowl of Hungarian goulash right now. Hey Jared, hey Survivor, hey Potato, hey Juicy, hey Infernal, hey Hyperstar, hey Grey, and hey Ravy. I think that's everyone.
Are we cammed up?
Are we cammed up? We're not right now. I've just got the splash on.
Cameras up. Oh, actually, you're eating. Eat your food. Don't cameras up.
Oh, do you want me to bring your camera, like both our cameras up?
Just me.
your camera, very big.
I've got a cool game dev haircut now. I'll make us look more legit.
Oh, yeah.
I've dyed my. I'm like, these guys are going to do pretty well.
It's not going to be ordinarily the case that both of our cameras are visible, so let me sort something out here.
No, but discursively it will. It'll be fun. Life is pain. Ain't that right, Grey Squared?
Why is your cam not nice and large? Let's sort that out. There we go.
I can.
I think this should work. So if I bring this down now, we've got mine. Why do we have mine and not yours?
Nope.
Oh, because it's still behind there, of course. 1 second.
Can come true.
Yo.
You're recursive on stream right now.
What was it?
You're recursive on stream.
I am, yeah. I need to source my OBS stuff out. This should be fixed. There we go. We got us both.
Hey, get that splash back up. It was very pretty.
Oh, I thought. Oh.
Oh, it's nice.
Do you want us in front of the... What is it you want? What is it you want? Do you want us in front of the splash?
Let's get us in front of the splash.
Okay, we'll do that.
I'm taking you out.
Spent all this time setting up my OBS. Now I've got to do all this stuff for you. Unbelievable.
You just have to like turn something on or off. You have to just like... That's not splash, you idiot!
I've got a lot of hotkeys very recently set up and I need to learn how to use them.
You already voted for all this.
Sorry?
Did we do it together?
I asked you which ones we voted on and you gave me a list.
I'm rather drunk. This wasn't last night, was it?
Yeah, this was last night.
Wow.
You were pissed last night.
I did well because I knew I wasn't allowed to drink like over the next 3 days. So weirdly, even though like I wouldn't normally need to get plastered of a week, I was like, I can't do it for the next 3 days. Better cash in. Full on hammered. I have an idea all about 99. Not like the ice cream. Thanks. Just like that. Cool.
Alright, so it's 2 hours until Ludum Dare starts.
Yeah.
The plan, I guess everyone in the stream probably has seen the full announcement, so you know the plan, but we're going to be streaming for 3 days. We're going to be making a game that entire time, so we're going to be streaming really long form streams this weekend, like 15, 16 hour streams probably. Hey Dan.
Come on, Dan, pass a bit.
Can't be bothered to stay another 2 hours. I'll catch you later then, Dan.
No, you can, Dan.
Dan, sleepy man.
Dan, good night.
But yeah, we're making a game over the course of 3 days. It's going to be a very small game, but it's going to be a game. And Ludum Dare, for anyone who is unaware, is a big game jam. Thousands of people take part, and the basis is that they give you a theme at the beginning of the 72 hours, and your game is supposed to, in some way, relate to that theme. So in 2 hours' time, we will be finding out what the theme is. But we're not going in completely blind, are we, Des?
No, we're not going in completely blind. I don't know why I had to follow this one up. I thought we were going in completely blind. What?
Well, you know how it
Why
works. It's not just going to be any theme, is it, Nez?
Got you.
It's got to be a theme in English, so we've got that going for us.
So we've been crawling through the dictionary, and we've come up with 400,000 possible game ideas.
Hey, Fishy.
Fishy, what's up? You're so consistent.
So, the public votes on the theme for Ludum Dare over several rounds, and it gets whittled down slowly but surely. Begins with a round of like 6,000 different suggested themes, which gets reduced to 45, which finally gets reduced to what we have now, which is 15. We have a list of 15 themes. I flashed it up earlier, but I'll bring it up again for a bit longer. There you go. Let me move that as well so we can still be here. So this is the final list of 15 themes. In just under 2 hours' time, we're going to find out that one of these is the official theme.
I love that Louisiana's just like peeking out.
This is also how we voted, if you're interested. This probably doesn't reflect how much we necessarily like these themes, but it's ones that we think we've got decent game ideas for, I guess. We're trying to vote for one that, when it comes up, we have a nice starting point, something that we're going to want to work on. Hey there, Rex.
No grow a tree. I'm sorry to hear it.
No grow a tree, no. I don't understand how it didn't make it, because what a theme.
Imagine 4,000 games about growing trees.
But as compensation, I've put a tree in the splash for you there. A fully grown tree.
Yeah. Which also kind of defeats the, it's done, isn't it? So we're going to go over, to begin, because we've got just under 2 hours before the theme is announced. We are doing a few things before that, because you can't really work on the game, but we are going to do some prep. So I'm currently setting up a Unity project that I will share with Skye. It's just going to be folder structure. It's completely empty. We're not using any pre-made assets. I think even more so than a lot of people, we're quite strict on ourselves on the jam.
Even though the jam rules themselves aren't necessarily that strict.
No, it's just more
strict on ourselves. Yeah, it is.
So we won't be using any assets from even previous LDs. No sprite sheets from online or anything like that. No royalty-free music. We will use maybe BFXR or something, and even sound effects will be ideally recorded and edited here. But
completely start to finish from scratch game we'll be making over 3 days.
But we still can do a couple things beforehand, so we can have our folder structure set out. We can have a Google Drive document with a vague plan of action.
Yep.
We've already discussed how we're going to handle it, what engine we're going to be in, blah, blah, blah. And we are going through these final themes and talking about the potential games we might make so that we're not entirely shocked when the final theme gets announced.
3 days is already a disgustingly tiny amount of time to make a game, so you want to go in being able to hit the ground running just as soon as that finally decided theme pops up. So,
yes.
So yeah, we want to have a basic idea of the thing we're going to make for all 15 of these games. A lot of them we have something for. I think it's maybe 10.
Yeah.
There's a few that we still really need to come up with something for, and we may take some ideas from chat. Something might spark something for us, so feel free to throw ideas at us. But we'll go through things we have so far. Hey, Gingerbig. And shall I guess I've got a document here that I'll be typing in, but I think I'll probably just keep the final themes list up for now.
Yeah, sure. Feel free to just lead the charge on explaining stuff now. I'm just saying this
Not a problem.
scene structure.
Okay.
Big.
Fantastic. So 15 themes. I thought it was 20, and I don't know if this has changed or if I'm just completely misremembering all previous LDs, but...
Or if you're an idiot.
I might be an idiot. I might just be an idiot about this, but...
Old idiot.
But there are 15 final themes. Let's go through ones that we do have ideas for. Something we also try and do is if we can have an idea that applies itself to more than one theme,
Yeah.
it saves us some time, energy, creative burnout.
Having 15 game ideas is already a lot of game ideas. And even though ideas are like, 10 a penny, it's not the tough bit by any stretch. Having an idea that you're going to be excited about.
A good idea, shall we say.
A good idea is maybe 3 a penny. It's slightly more.
So yeah, we'll probably have a couple of game ideas that I'll say, and this would be what we did for X, Y, and Z. But we'll go from the top, I guess. So dreams, I'm going to say we just don't have something for that yet.
We do not have anything for that yet. We've got a couple of directions we want to go on. So, I mean, if you've been in for the streams where we were talking about, we did stream some of the discussion on the pre-design, right? I'm not making this up.
Yes, we streamed the... wait.
Right?
No, we streamed...
It wasn't a really long Discord call, was it?
Oh, jeez. What did we stream on Tuesday? We streamed about themes, and we went through and talked about what we think made for good and bad themes, taking examples from this list. We've not gone through thorough ideas for themes.
Okay. Well, anyway, we do... one of the rules about having a good idea is, well, it needs to, you need to borrow from the theme, but that doesn't mean that you can't interpret the theme slightly differently, try and be a little subversive. So with dreams, we were talking about there are, dream has multiple dictionary definitions, and maybe we can use something else as a launching point because dreams feels too broad right now, which is one of the reasons that we just run into a big wall.
Right.
It's not going to be impossible to come up with something. It's just there's too much that we can come up with, I think.
The first one that we do have at least the beginnings of an idea for, I think this is maybe the least fleshed out idea of our actual things that we've come up with so far. But you are the power source. We have at least something. And our power source game also applies to connections.
Yes, that's true. Jared, you can. I think in theory you can. We won't be. We don't.
Code you've pre-written. Yeah. So I'll quickly explain this before we go into these themes. There are two categories in Ludum Dare. There is the compo and there is the gem. Compo is stricter. Is very, very difficult, and usually has less interest. There's not so many entries into compo. I think last time compo was 1/3 of the entries, and jam was 2/3. The actual rules for compo are no pre-made assets whatsoever, which is what we do for ours, but that's not part of the rule set that we adhere to. We just do it ourselves. But in compo, you genuinely can't use any pre-made assets. Your game has to be completely open source, I guess, just so people can double check that things have not been taken from elsewhere. Mm-hmm. You have 48 hours. You have to be a team of one. It is crazy. The compo is very, very difficult. So for the compo, you definitely couldn't use pre-made code.
Just a quick one, Skye. Yeah. Are you using your regular email as your Unity login email so I can share this with you?
Yes. I'm going to say yes to them. We take part in the jam, which, like I said, was roughly 2/3 of entries last time. Jam is 3 days. Jam is teams if you want teams. And jam allows for some use of outside assets or pre-made assets of yours, things you've made previously. The whole point of LD is really to just get people making games. It's a bit of an honor system. There's no monetary prize or anything like that to LD, so no one's checking these things, really. So it's up to you what you consider acceptable. But to use pre-made code would certainly be bad form in the compo, and the extent to which you used it could potentially be bad form in the jam as well. It's really, you've got to be a little bit flexible on what you'd consider okay or not okay in terms of using pre-made code.
I think the other thing is if you're entering LD and you're trying to get something out of it, you could be trying to, form contacts in the industry. You could be trying to just get recognition for the work you've done. You could be trying to pursue, an idea you've had in the bank for a while that you might want to. There's a lot of reasons to do it, but I think one of the main reasons that people do it is to just skill up or to keep themselves fresh. And I think a lot of the time, using existing code banks.
Who's the
You know,
object?
and again, not necessarily that you're like going to cheat yourself out of a reward, because you know a lot of the job, if you are a game developer, is using your own existing code banks or existing engines.
Yep.
But it can be really helpful to just like use the LD as like, I'm just going to fresh up, remind myself I can do it all.
Yep.
Especially because Skye will be leading this one in an engine that like you don't normally use, right?
Yeah, I'm still
Like,
learning on this one.
you're still learning this engine, and it'll probably be a slower process as a result. So, and the engine we are going to be using is Unity.
Almost
but
certainly.
There's
a very small chance that we go to Game Maker if we just have an idea that really favors the engine. But yeah, this is probably a Unity game.
So yeah, I've just collabed that with you, by the way. We're in 2019.1.6.
Okay.
Just because that tends to be where I hover. I don't know why. I don't think it's like a LTS or anything.
Okay, it's not. I'm not seeing it yet. Give me a second. So
no, I'm sure I'll say it. It's just called LE46.
Right. So you are the power source. Our fairly small idea so far is that we are a character who is trailing behind them a power cable, spoolman with a spool of cable.
Oh, I nearly said it.
Don't say it.
Didn't know, did I?
You're trailing a power cable behind you, and depending on whether the theme is connections or you're the power source, the actual goal is going to be slightly different, but in essence you're trying to get power to something by connecting a power cable to it. So you'll be
There's
running
a couple of routes we can go with it as well, like in terms of the world. Like you could, you know, if we want to go a narrative route, you could be connecting up little townships or little houses or people or whatever in an otherwise rough environment, or we could like go much more hyper minimal and just present a series of like top-down abstract levels where you're just trying to connect two things and you have to use the environment in order to get those two things connected, right?
Projects. Cool. Yeah. Okay. I think I've got your LD46 thing.
Oh, okay. You're looking at that.
All right. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's all collabed now, ready to go. So yeah, it could possibly go in the direction of like a puzzle game as well, where you're just trying to like find a route where you can take your power cable through a slightly hazardous area, and anchoring it to new points by like wrapping it around telegraph poles or something like that. So the example that you gave just as a simple puzzle is like there's a buzzsaw in the middle, and if you try and run your cable from the left to the right, the length of the cable, even if you try and run round the saw, the length of the cable, as my glamorous assistant here will show, means that the cable just ends up getting more and more taut towards the middle and eventually would get snagged by a buzzsaw. It would sound exactly like that. So you'd have to wrap the cable or like have your little character run around a post somewhere on the left or the right of the level. So as a new fulcrum, as a new anchor point for your cable, and then run that to the exit so that it doesn't get caught in the saw in the middle. So you could go in a puzzly direction. You could also do just a straight combat. Enemies are trying to like break your cable while you're running around, and maybe you can find telegraph poles in the world to winch your cable onto or run your cable around to almost like a save point, like the cable is safe up to here.
I also was saying if there are enemies, I really like the idea that rather than just like blasting them with your blaster so that they die, you can blast them into like a stun state, and then when they're in a stun state, run a little loop around them to squeeze them in the cable, and then that's your attack effectively. I think that could be fun.
I can imagine that being quite hard to make.
Well,
running a cable around an enemy in a loop, but it's a fun.
You just turn them into a little anchor, right? You just do whatever you do with a.
I guess in terms of like modeling it.
Well, just wrap it around their collider. Hopefully the cable we make dynamically so we can wrap it around colliders.
Sure, okay. Your project was last saved with a different version of Unity, but I'm opening it with...
2019.1.6 F1?
Yeah. Well, surely it should just open with the Unity version that it's in.
It will. I mean, if we get that error every time, as long as we're in the same version, it doesn't matter.
Okay. So that's you are the power source and connections.
Yeah, and if we do get that one and we like it,
Yeah.
we'll have to we'll whack out a GDD
Yeah.
and we'll have a quick, because that one has some, technical up in the air who knows-ness to it, more so than I think our other ideas. So if that is the case, then you and I will need to do some drawings and work out a level and work out what order to get stuff programmed in.
Hey, Banterdust. Banterdust suggests that power source could be linked with decay, and that does make me think of decay as in a signal decay.
Oh, okay. We could have a spin on that idea. Actually, while you're doing this, I'm just gonna get myself a cup of coffee. We got time, haven't we?
Yeah, I'll probably be brewing up before we get started as well. Make myself a nice cup of tea.
You take over this segment and then leave me one to do, and then we'll do that.
You can have the fun one.
I can have the fun one.
Yeah.
You can have the fun one. What's the fun one? Which fun one? Abandoned World?
Yeah.
Or violent genre, non-violent? They're both fun.
Which one do you want?
I don't know. They're all pretty good. Surprise me.
Okay.
I'll be back soon.
I'm going to keep going down in order, so he can have Abandoned World. For violent genre, violent genre non-violent, we liked the idea that turn a violent genre non-violent kind of sounds like an instruction to us as developers. The theme is that the developer, the people taking part, are trying to come up with a violent genre and put a spin on it to make it non-violent. But we actually quite like the interpretation of violent genre non-violent as being an instruction to the player, not to the developer. So we're going to give them a game in which violence is a potential option, but the player needs to turn that violent game into something non-violent. And if they don't do that, if they cause violence, if they fail to make it non-violent, then that's a lose condition. They will fail the game. Our idea at the minute for turning a violent genre non-violent is gun tennis. So we give the players guns, and it's essentially a game of Pong. But instead of hitting the ball with your paddle or yourself, you fire bullets at the ball. But the bullets can ricochet off surfaces, and if they hit the opponent and you kill the opponent, you have caused violence, and therefore you lose. So there are two lose conditions. One is just missing the ball, like in Pong, and one is killing your opponent, because that's violent. So you have to make sure, as well as hitting the ball with your bullets, that you're making sure your bullets are not going to ricochet and kill the opponent. So it's up to the player to make the violent genre non-violent. So that's our idea for that one. I've set a ton of different things up on my OBS, and I just want to make sure I've got everything working correctly here. This all looks correct, I think. I think that's the only theme that game applies to. I'm going to leave an abandoned world for a moment. 1 minute to prepare. I'm also going to leave because I need to pitch my idea for this to Niz. I think last time I pitched it to him, he was very drunk. So he needs to hear it again. Decay is the same game as an abandoned world, so we'll leave that for a moment. Side effects we don't really have anything for. Fragile is one that we do have. Now, fragile, I guess the most obvious interpretation is that you are breaking something. There is something that is fragile, and you are either, well, two things. You're either trying to break lots of stuff, and there's maybe a very destructible world, you play as the bull in the china shop, that kind of thing. Or you have something that is fragile and you're trying to keep it from not being destroyed. So, typical escort missions or that kind of thing, you've just got to make sure that the fragile thing doesn't get knocked and broken. We like an interpretation of fragile where you're putting back together a fragile thing that was broken. Yeah. And at the minute, our idea for that is something like there's a Japanese art form called kintsugi. How many pints is very drunk? We'll ask when he sits down. How many pints is very drunk, Nez?
How many pints to be very, very drunk?
You personally, yes. How many pints had you had last night? Is the question.
Not really. Oh, I don't drink pints. That's the thing. I don't really drink beer. Last night,
How many
a
pints
bottle
of
of
gin?
wine was polished off, and about half a bottle of gin was polished off. It was really very drunk. Pints for me, I don't know. Probably I'd be very drunk after like 4 very quick pints, or like 7 quite spread out pints. Who knows?
It's a very specific number.
I don't know. I just 8 felt too big.
8 felt blasted, if you like.
8 felt like I was showing up.
8 felt
But
blasted silly.
I think people drink 8 pints. I'm also, and you know, hate to ruin the illusion because I'm so devilishly charming and handsome. I'm also very short. I have not a lot required to go in. I'm only 5'5". Like I get drunk pretty sharp. Anyway, what were you saying?
I'm on Fragile. So there is a Japanese art form called kintsugi, which is taking broken, usually like pottery, broken ceramics, and fixing them by applying like molten gold in between the cracks and reforming them like a jigsaw, and letting the molten gold cool so that it adheres the pieces together, and it's a bonding agent. And I guess the idea of kintsugi is that, I mean, it looks pretty cool when you put something back together, but there's these like veins of gold running through the cracks. And kintsugi, the philosophy of it is that even though something is broken, something more beautiful has been made out of it. So kintsugi is pretty cool. It's worth Googling if you've not seen kintsugi before.
Very viral for a while in like the early 2010s. So I imagine.
I'm sure you've seen it on Imgur at some point.
Yeah, I think we all learned about it about the same time when like a tweet went popular or something.
Yeah. It's like those really shiny Japanese dirt balls as well that everyone has seen at some point. Can't remember the name of those.
I don't remember those.
But yeah, we like the idea of maybe just putting back together something that is broken, like just essentially a 3D jigsaw puzzle.
And you had a really good pitch to like give this a little bit of
as like a narrative,
which was the idea that you're fixing broken hearts, right?
Yeah, and
which I know sounds very corny, but we had a nice way about it.
Yeah, it also sounds like it's maybe bleak or at least like sad or dramatic, almost like corny and sad, so like teen dramatic.
Yeah, teenage.
But I imagine it being cute and very well-spirited, very uplifting. People are bringing you their broken hearts, and like while you're fixing them, while you're like putting the pieces back together, they're like telling you their story. But I imagine most people are kind of okay about it. Like it's upsetting, but they're accepting it. They're moving on. They're bringing you their heart to be mended, and when you're done with it, you quite literally have fixed their broken heart, like, physically speaking.
I think this
so
would be really
always
fun.
okay.
This one I'm excited about. I would be quite jealous to get Fragile. I can like picture the sweetness of it. Because also not every broken heart has to be like, you know, someone broke up with me. It could be, you know, like I didn't, an aspiration didn't work out, or you know, even like funny, like I just finished my favorite book series, and now
there are no more. Yeah,
like that kind of thing is fun. And then, you know, each heart sort of being like not a heart shape each time, but like a loose representation of like the thing that they love or whatever.
Maybe they've lost a pet. Maybe they've found out that one of their celebrity idols is actually a complete dickhead.
That's quite a fun one.
They just got arrested for drunk driving. They just found out one of their favourite celebrity idols is a Scientologist.
Oh my god! Yeah, he's about those skating guys.
That's
on the side because we got enough time to say this. I don't know if you guys are into skateboarding. I'm actually not. I know I currently look like I am, but I'm actually not. I can't skate. But I think skateboarding is really cool, and I started watching all these skateboarding YouTube channels, and one of them I was getting really into, and then saw someone in the comments being like, "Man, they're really quieting down about the whole Scientology thing." And I went on this big deep dive, and they're all Scientologists. It's like these 6 guys who share the channel and all do like skating videos together are all like Scientologists. I went and like Googled them, and there's like their welcome to Scientology videos, and they're there like being like, yeah, well, one of the things I love about Church of Scientology and our God King L. Ron Hubbard is like, oh my god, the skateboarding place. It can't be true.
Hey, Sophia.
Hey, Yossi, baby. How you doing?
I agree. Although, to be fair, he never made any claims. I would have called him out if he did.
I actually explicitly said I don't skate, so that's on you.
So,
Yes.
yeah, so I imagine at the end of like when you complete one of these little 3D broken heart jigsaws, the fact that you have literally fixed their broken heart plays into the game. Like they're happy. They go away happy because you fixed their broken heart. So it's very cute and very uplifting is how I see that game going, because everyone's like, oh, thanks, I feel great. You fixed my broken heart. Catch you later. So that's our idea for Fragile. Outdated technology is that? Are we going to say that's our automation game as well?
Yeah, maybe. So which ones have you explained?
I skipped over an abandoned world. I also need to pitch my 1 minute to prepare to you.
So you did violent genre non-violent.
Yes.
Which is gun tennis.
Gun tennis, yeah.
Decay, you skipped over.
Decay is an abandoned world. Yep, skipped them both.
Side effects.
We don't have anything.
Okay, so you went straight to Fragile.
Yep.
Okay, so now we're on to Ruins. Well, outdated technology. I guess we can. Oh, did you pitch 1 minute to prepare to the game?
No, I'm going to pitch it to you.
Okay.
But outdated technology, are we saying that's automation? For now?
So have you done automation yet? Let's explain automation.
Yep.
So automation was originally your pitch. It's one that I take to. So you were mentioning. Well, here, you pitch it.
Sure. For the record, Fragile was your pitch, even though I explained it.
Okay, fine. I'll pitch. Oh, but no, you're right. I'll pitch it.
Go for automation. We'll take the sense.
So automation, it would be a top-down arena shooter, which I am immediately on board with, because I always say it's a great game to start with, and it's always a nice throwback to to Latvian Milk being someone's first time in the engine making a top-down arena shooter. And we'll do it again. Maybe the game will even feel similar, although we'll try and make it look very different, ideally, so that it's not like, we didn't do as well, or we did way better. I don't want that to happen. So 3D assets probably. But so the pitch would be a top-down arena shooter where you are like a kind of an automated. You're like a robot, I guess. Let's just say you're a robot, or you're a guy in a robot suit, whatever. Yeah. And you're in a normal arena shooter. You know, you can aim and you can shoot and whatever. In this one, you are doing the same thing, but what is happening is your actions are pulling from a sort of chain of commands. So your initial command is just shoot my little laser bullet or whatever, and then after however many, and we've talked even today about a couple of ways that you can present this in terms of its timing and stuff. But you've got a shoot your laser bullet as your thing, and then when you beat a wave, you can get like a new instruction to add into a chain. So shoot a laser bullet and then shoot a shotgun spread that's like shorter range but more. You're like, okay. And then when you're firing, and you're firing automatically, it cycles through. So you go laser bullet spread, laser bullet spread, laser bullet spread. And then what we can do is you can add in these things that are these instructions that you can program in that when playing in sequence benefit each other. So like, I always say that like the status effect from like Final Fantasy is like this thing puts oil on them, this thing does fire damage. Fire damage does 3 times damage to something inflicted with oil. So you go, oh, okay, I'll add that into my instruction stack. The oil will go first, then the fire thing. I'll make sure that lands or whatever. And we were talking about different ways in which you could do this. So you could have it kind of rhythmically, where you've basically got these like 10 slots that fill in that take up like 5 seconds of time, and then you can kind of put them in like almost like notes on a stave, and that's going to get this, like these two, then these two, whatever. Or one of the things I was saying is you can kind of do it almost like writing a programmatic coroutine, where you're putting in instructions that have different timed gaps and stuff, and then they loop back, and you can move around those loop nodes as well, and maybe like computational instructional nodes in there as well, kind of like you're programming this automated robot that's going to essentially follow the instructions and then repeat. And you can do things like shuffle those instructions around, and maybe you can find combos by going, oh, hang on, if I do this, then this, then this. Something exciting will happen.
There was also potentially the idea that you can't just freely manually move around things that are on your like looping timeline. We could also kind of do it where, I remember at one point very early on in this idea, you said, "Oh yeah, so like I guess in between waves of the shooter, you can choose to add things or remove things or shuffle things in your timeline." Which there's something interesting there. Like you could do it where your timeline slots for your loop almost work like a casino slot machine. So you could hold them or not, and at the end of every round you have the option to do like one shuffle, and it just re-rolls anything you're not currently holding. So if you've got things in a good like combo order, you can choose to hold those, but if you want to try and get other things into other orders, you can do a shuffle and then start holding things in places that you think is beneficial. So that could be an interesting way of gamifying the making your timeline as well, not just free reign over where you want things to go.
Yeah, and also the idea, one of the initial things we were talking about in terms of hold is at the beginning of your like turn, when you've beaten a wave and you get your like, this is now your control your automation turn, you can maybe, for example, choose to pick up a new thing to add to the stack, choose to remove something from your stack because you have a limited number of stack slots and some things just might be ruining your combo, or do some kind of shuffle on your stack.
Right.
So it's not always beneficial to just, get me a new card, a new instruction, whatever, and plug it in. That's not always going to be the best move. Sometimes you're going to be like, okay, hang on, I've got some things here that could work really well together, but the way I've got it ordered is messing it all up. Ravy wants to talk about start times.
Ravy, don't you start each day? It's not strict on any kind of schedule because we're going to be live so much that I don't think I need to be like, hey guys, be here at this time. Anytime I'm not streaming, pretty much I'll be live. I'm going to be waking up, getting a shower, and just coming and going live. So at 2 a.m. this morning, or wherever you are, in an hour and a half from now, we find out the theme. We're going to probably stay live after that for somewhere in the region of an hour, maybe, to get initial ideas down, a game design document started.
Yeah.
Make sure we're both on kind of the same page about what we're doing. I guess decide who's the project lead as well. Maybe that just depends on who pitched the idea. Like, I think I'd rather you were the project lead on Fragile, and I think maybe I'd rather be the project lead on Automation, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, to a degree. At the very least, who's going to write out the GDD and make the yay or nay decisions? Because I think, for example, for things like You Are the Power Source, I feel like I might have a slightly better idea of where that's going.
I think you
if it's
probably do.
programmatically led and we went into a problem, I feel like that I don't want to be the project lead saying this is what we need to get done, because if you're going to hit a problem programmatically, I do tend to find, I said this to you before, I do tend to find that for things like this, where we've not got a big team and there's only one dedicated programmer and there's only one dedicated artist or whatever, whoever is programming is going to hit the technical hitches quicker. They should probably be leading where possible. But for things like Fragile, where I don't think we're going to be hitting any technical issues, then I would probably take project lead on that and write out the GDE and explain what I think we should do in the model.
By the same token, with us being such a small team, I don't think there is necessarily a problem with the artist being the project lead, because it's not like you're waiting for problems to filter through a chain of communication. Like, if I get stuck on something you're saying is part of the design, we can quickly work that out, and I can just be like, this is important, like, I can't do this. Or even you can jump on that programming for a bit, because we can do some crossover.
I think this is going to be way more fluid than last time, where I came in late enough that the game was already underway. Basically, you'd already written out the GDD, and oh god, that was a balloon that terrified me.
Yeah, that terrified me as well.
I thought I had those.
I saw the blue one in the background move for a second. I was like, he's about to die. That's a murder.
Two of my friends' birthdays today on video call today. Got some balloons on my fan. That was genuinely horrifying. But anyway, I think project lead is like a pretty loose term. All I mean is it's really nice to have someone call a shot and say, you need to do this.
You have final call on like whether something stays in or goes out. The next thing to do.
The other thing, just to say, Ravy, and anyone listening, I'm not going to be streaming separately. It'll all be on this channel. Skye will just flick.
Yeah, I'll be flicking in between.
It's most interesting to look at.
Our screens. So you can just tell me if you want people to go to your stream, and I'll
switch to you. I might, if I'm writing music, that's usually quite fun to look at, and if there's some artwork nearly done or is fun artwork to do, it might be worth looking at that.
But yeah, in general, I'll be sleeping at fairly normal UK times, normal-ish anyway. I'll be going to bed probably around 2 or 3 in the morning and sleeping for 7 or 8 hours and getting up at fairly late morning UK time.
We don't actually bomb through it anymore, really. We did for LD32 and 33.
And I just don't think it's the best way to do it.
Yeah, for buried things, it was smoother just sleeping through the whole thing. Also, I think we had to stay awake through all of LD32 because none of us really knew what we were doing.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe now we're a bit more comfortable. We can be like, yep, that's a good place.
Buried things felt way more relaxed than any LD feels like it should have any right to be. But it was great. And it's kind of funny because I'm sure that most people doing the work schedule that we did on buried things would be like, wow, Ludum Dare is a hectic, but I think just because we're comparing it to our first 3 LDs, to us that felt like the smoothest experience you could have with an LD. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know exactly when I'll be sleeping. Just keep an eye on the channel because we'll be live. Like, I don't know, maybe up to 18 hours a day. We'll see.
So that was automation. Do you want to go to the next one?
Yeah. Shall I pitch my 1 minute to prepare to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So 1 minute to prepare. I like this doesn't fit your suggestion, even though I do like your suggestion. But 1 minute to prepare very much strongly suggests that the player has 1 minute in which to get ready for something coming up.
Sure.
But an interesting second interpretation of this that I don't think many people will think of, if anyone, is that you are preparing 1 minute. You have 1 minute of time that you need to prepare, as opposed to you need to prepare for something in 1 minute. So maybe you need to prepare 1 minute of a robot's program. So the robot is going to go and do whatever you said for the next minute. And you can spend as long as you want organizing that minute together. But then after you finish your organization, there's 1 minute of time you have no control over. That you have to have prepared that ahead of time. And I like that. It does have one problem, which is that unless we have speed up controls, which sort of defeats the object of the theme, there would be 1 straight minute of the game that you had very little to no control over.
Yeah, if that's how it played out, if you did have to see the minute to
Yeah, maybe. There are ways around it. It depends on the design, of course, but there's one potential problem there. But I do like that interpretation. Mine does just go for the straightforward thing that everyone's going to do, which is prepare for 1 minute, But you're like a police chief. You're about to go out to the press conference, the hounding newspapers that have all their tabloids and have all these questions for you. They want to know about these grisly murders. And your bosses, your superintendents are very concerned about this. You need to be answering these questions rigidly in the way that they want you to answer them. So you have 1 minute ahead of this before the doors open and you go out to the press conference to answer these questions. You have 1 minute to prepare yourself, knowing the information about this case that they could ask you about. You have a dossier in front of you with details of the case. So you need to try and just scan it and remember as much info as you can. Who is the victim? Where did this take place? Do we have an MO of the killer? And that's just all written down on a document in front of you, and you just have to scan read it for bits.
Okay.
At the same time, you've got people shouting in your ears, just speech bubbles popping up from 2 people looking over your shoulders going, whatever you do, if they ask you about this, you have to say no comment. We cannot let the newspapers think this is a serial killer because they will run away with that idea. You know what the World News at 9 thinks of serial killers. It's bad press. So if anyone says a question about serial killers, you say no comment. And they're saying this while you're trying to read this document. So you've got a document in front of you, and then you've got just chatter from 1 or 2 people stood next to you, overseeing you, also saying if they say this, you have to answer like this. And you've just got information overload for 1 minute. You've got to try and retain as much as you can, and then you go out to the press. They ask you questions from the crowd, and you just answer as best you can, and you get points based on how correctly you're answering.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay.
The things
so in terms of your input, what are you doing when you go out into the world?
You choose someone to take a question from, and that could be something like the superintendent could just be just if you see a reporter who has the 8 logo on their microphone. They are from the 8 o'clock news. They are a dreadful news source. They will. Yeah.
However, the Spanish channel News Ocho are one of our greatest supporters. don't forget, don't get the Mauve 8 and the Taupe 8 confused.
So yeah, don't take questions from Mauve 8, the 8 o'clock news, because they are a conspiracy news channel that we can't let run away with things.
Yeah.
But yeah, make sure you take at least 2 questions from Taupe 8. Are very good allies, very nice news source.
Yeah, the Upwards Infinity Corporation, Rising Infinity. They're greatest blog ally in the blogosphere.
There's also just like a porn news outlet which is just called like the Nippleless Boobs.
Get careful of those guys. Don't get it. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you pick a reporter.
So you take questions from a reporter. You choose who you're asking, and then they ask a question. You get a multiple choice with a few options. Maybe no comment is always an option. You can always pick that.
Okay.
But you're not.
It'd be really funny if we do a few multiple endings. Like if you do like you've got like a genocide run and like a pacifist run. You got a comment run. It's like, are you aware that you didn't say anything? We sent you out there and you said absolutely nothing on live air for 3-4 minutes. You're obviously fired.
Maybe you could try and claim, like, you can see it's not first person. You can see your character and their what they look like, and you can answer all the questions in such a way that all the information fits you as a profile. And all the news go away thinking that you're the murderer because all the physical descriptions you're giving of the killer match you exactly.
Okay, I like the premise of some of this. Yeah, like almost like you see, this is the thing. Like my head now wants to go to like Guess Who, but this is different. Yeah, I don't know. I like your pitch. 1 minute to prepare.
I like the idea of just trying to remember as much info as you can, but like it's not just straightforward read this or look at pictures or whatever. You're trying to read a dossier while you've got people shouting in your ears different information that sometimes contradicts what's on the paper as well. Like you read the paper and it tells you about the victim, but they say if anyone asks who the victim is, it's no comment. We can't say anything yet, and just stuff like that.
Okay, I feel like that. Let me. I think I like this idea. I've got another idea.
Yep.
Similar.
Yep.
I think I just mechanically it makes more sense to me.
Okay.
But going down that Guess Who route. Having to prepare, like by reading information about who these people are. Like we want to take a question. Here's the people you want to take a question from. You want to take a question from this guy, then this guy, then this guy in that order. And then your basic like gameplay board is like a bunch of like people like there with their microphones.
Yep.
And you're having to remember like does he have a mustache? Does he wear glasses? Kind of trick that out in your head and. I don't know. I feel like being able to just pick preset dialogue options it's a fun writing challenge, but it's not a fun mechanical challenge. But being able to like, is there any way you could do something mechanical? Like they ask you to like, can you paint a picture of the killer, and you have to like, he has and it like Mad Libs almost like Brown. Like you have to try and remember the information.
Okay.
Can you feel what I'm saying? I'm aware that was a very chaotic sentence.
I think you're trying to get away from the idea of them just saying what color are the killer the victim's eyes, and then you have brown, blue, and green as options.
Yeah. Like if someone asks you for can you give us a statement, and then you basically get given like a Mad Libs board, I guess. And then like the things are, and then you have like a sentence structure to fill out with like a bunch of keywords at the bottom, and you can like put them all in, and you can make almost like a nonsensical sentence, I guess. There is like a right sentence, and there are like a few wrong sentences.
I feel like
interaction.
That could be interesting. You actually have to build a sentence completely because it's grammatically correct. There's definitely way more scope for us just like missing a grammatically correct sentence that's in there though.
Well, I'm not even suggesting grammar. Like we just give you a few like adjectives. Like the killer has blank eyes, and you go brown, blue, green. Like. And also the idea of
that
like,
is multiple choice.
You can remember about the killer, but there might be some information that you're not supposed to give away.
Yeah.
You might be like, I got it right. And then they're like, yeah, you did, but we
told you not to say that. Well, isn't that just my original pitch though? You just have multiple choice. What's the difference?
Yeah, just with I basically I just want to get away from the kind of Dragon Age dialogue prompts of like, here's one thing you can say, here's another thing you can say.
So how is yours currently different than that?
That every time someone asks you a question, you get this like Mad Libs pop-up that you have to fill in, rather than just having choices.
So everything's in there, even if it doesn't relate to eye color.
Okay, I'd have to think about this. Maybe, I don't know. What was that?
Because if it's only the stuff that relates to eye color, that is just multiple choice, right?
That's fishy. That's a really good idea.
Fishy. I was thinking of the idea of you being a murderer and you have a minute to leave evidence behind the frame somewhere else. That is quite fun. Or trying to clear a crime scene up as quickly as possible, like viscera cleanup detail in 1 minute. Try and get rid of evidence.
That's fun. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking mechanically rather than just choosing from dialogue options. I would try and avoid choosing dialogue options as your main input mechanic after you've remembered everything.
What if you can just freehand type single words then?
Yeah, freehand typing single words, or just like having like a word bubble, at the bottom, which are always the same, like 30 words.
Yeah, that's okay. If it is the stuff that relates to everything, because certain words can mean more than one thing. Brown can be an eye color and a hair color.
You know? Yeah. You've got it's like a big bank of like you don't like Duolingo.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, like they have a big.
We'll just give you all of the words. Yeah.
Like Duolingo is like your gameplay mechanic.
It could even be like, do you remember in like Pokemon games where a news anchor, not a news reporter, asks for an interview, and you just get a massive word bank in various categories?
Yes.
You could just do that as well. So you can just go to the colors tab or the times tab and just pick a word out of that, and you just get the whole thing.
Yeah, I think something like that is going to be a little more just so your mechanic is consistent, number one, and we're not just writing out loads of dialogue lines that you can pick. I think it's fun. You can have like a dedicated no comment button. I think that is fun.
Yes, yeah.
But, like to have everything else be like dull. But I think that's a fun idea. Looking over dossiers and papers and stuff and having people.
I wonder whether there's something that you could do with the no comment button that would be kind of funny as well, and kind of a gameplay mechanic, which is maybe if you start getting shaken, the no comment button starts getting bigger and like covering the Mad Libs bubble, or like moving around frantically, and you're trying to avoid it.
You have a timer, a bar. After someone asks you a question, a bar is ticking down across the screen.
Yeah.
And then as it's getting smaller and smaller, it's like dum 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 dum. Dun, 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 dun. It's like the fucking. They do that in Jackbox for some reason, don't they? Oh yeah, like Jack Attack at the end of Jackbox.
Yeah.
Where there's like you have to pick an answer and they're like what, and they're like shaking when I get you to press that kind of thing, just like the no comment button.
But it could actually be like, because your character more and more wants to say no comment, just because he's getting more and more nervous about not answering the question. Oh. It starts like moving around in front of the word bubble, and when you're trying to click blue, you might be accidentally clicking no comment instead because it's just moving in front of stuff. It's just like frantically moving around the screen. That
is fun. That's like the words start like getting the letters mixed up a little bit. Like the words all start like drifting apart.
They start doing like anagrams. They start just shuffling.
You'd be like a really hungover police. And like the whole thing is like, oh my god, I went too hard last night because we caught the killer, but I got press comments about it. And it's like all like very unkind to dyslexic people, but there's a lot of reading anyway.
That could,
It was never very kind.
That could just be one particular level. Like if we manage to do a couple levels, there can just be slight differences in them. One of them you have just come to work completely pissed and everything's an anagram.
Also, what I will say is 1 minute to prepare.
Yeah.
Only giving you 60 seconds to remember a lot of information is tough.
Yes.
So we are going to have to either split it into small conferences about not many details.
I think it is okay to just give complete overload, and they're not expected to get all of it correct, which is why the no comments there. Like I think it's fair to just use that if you didn't remember it. We're not expecting 100%. I think we're giving you more information than you could feasibly remember in 1 minute. The speech bubbles are the important ones. If you answer correctly or even incorrectly to something that really should be a no comment, that's a big deal. So there's...
this is fun. I like this one, honestly. Yeah. I'd be happy to work on this already. I've got like a vague idea of like the visuals of it as well. I can imagine it's just looking over a sea of faces and seeing like some of them like we do like a bunch of emotions and their shocked reactions and seeing wrong. And they're like, oh, they're like scribble something. That'd be fun. We can have a good time in that. Cool.
So that's 1 minute to prepare. Seeing as it's your turn, how about you do an abandoned world?
So an abandoned world.
And I'm gonna brew up while you're explaining this one, but I will be listening as much as I can from over here.
Cool. So an abandoned world, I think we did actually talk about this on stream, but we'll go over it in a bit more detail. There's still a few directions we could go with it narratively, but there's basically one through theme that we really like. Excuse me. Oh, I had too much coffee. So abandoned world, the idea of it was that you are playing a video game, and I think the video game, to my mind anyway, is something like a kind of lo-fi Animal Crossing, like a game where you just, or like a kind of, almost Stardew Valley kind of, but far less mechanical. You go around, there's lots of little cute villages, you do them favors and you help them build bridges, and the guy wants beetles for his beetle collection, and you go and find all the beetles. And you're playing a game, but you're not playing it from the beginning, you're playing someone else's save file after they have already played quite a lot of the game. And when you're picking the game up, the abandoned world part of it is that save file hasn't been opened for a very long time. And narratively, there are reasons as to why that is. We've got a few ideas about what the reasons behind that could be. But basically, you are playing someone else's game long after they've stopped playing it. So when you go back into the game, the characters are all very aware that you've not been back for a while. And they're like, oh my God, we haven't seen you in how many days? Like, it's been wild. And they're like, well, and you look around and everything's like kind of a state, like you're supposed to sweep up the tumbleweed, and there's like 400 tumbleweed around. They're like, yep, things are getting a little out of hand. And someone's like, hey, you said you were going to catch me the beetles. Said you were going to catch me 40 beetles. You caught me 37. I've been waiting for about 2 years for those last 3. So hoping you'll be able to get me those last 3 beetles soon. And as you're going through this game and doing favors for these villagers, you're sort of also trying to unpack what happened to the person whose save file you're playing. We do have to somehow kind of imply that you're playing someone else's. So we're playing, so officially we're playing on your specific New Leaf save file. But one of the other things is, because it's a game with a sort of social element, the person who was playing the game has left notes around and correspondence with someone else they were playing the game with. And it's sort of a story about these 2 people that were playing the game and kind of maybe met through playing the game, being like, this is like, welcome to your island. Hi, I need some thingy. Will you trade me some thingy for whatever? And they kind of become friends, or become more than friends through playing the game. And then you slowly kind of learn about the relationship they've developed whilst playing through it. And then at one point, our player, the player whose save file we're in, stops corresponding. And the other person is trying to work, is like, hey, where have you gone? What's happened? And we're trying to write a story about this kind of abandonment of this person leaving the world, and all of the characters within the world, Toy Story-esque, not understanding what's happened to the person that's missing, and another real person maybe not understanding what's happened to the person that's missing. And maybe we go into what that is. We've had a lot of narrative ideas about what that would be. I guess we'll have to decide on something. But you're sort of playing in this, and I think a lot of it will just be mood and atmosphere, but you're playing in this world that no one has visited for a very long time, and all revolved around, I guess, this one person who has not been in the world. It is a game, in which they were the protagonist and they've not been there. And it's like, what does the world look like now for now this person's not been there for a very long time, and you've just come back and tried to fill their shoes. What does it look like to walk into an abandoned game save file, and how much emotion can we impart through that story? So in terms of mechanics, I think what it'll be is a lot of like walking around and doing little favors for the villagers, and also trying to read up on the correspondence between our player and the person they've developed a relationship with, and trying to find out what happened, kind of almost unpiecing a mystery. But in order to do that, sometimes you have to do mechanical things. Like they're like, hey, the bridge to thingy washed away a year ago. I guess you weren't here for that. Like we can, almost force it a little bit. So we're going to need, 20 stone bricks if we're going to build that back. And there are people over there that haven't seen you in a long time, and I know they'd really like to, and we can kind of push that a little bit. But that'll be it essentially. You'll be playing this kind of like lo-fi, hyper minimal Animal Crossing.
Just to quickly cut in, it is an hour until LD now. An hour exactly. It's the 60-minute countdown.
And I think to cut in, that's also the end of the idea.
Oh, cool. Okay. But yeah, as you say, we've got a few different narrative ideas about how we frame that. I think there's like 3 different ones that we've talked about.
Yeah, and they're all pretty similar, to be fair.
Do you want to just decide on one now in case this comes up?
We can do. So I think I've definitely pushed for. I really like that something this reflective can be a kind of not necessarily explicit, but a game about grief. about the person that was playing the game passed away, probably, and that this isn't something that was ever explicitly mentioned in the game, like, but maybe your character knows that in some fashion, or we don't necessarily need to explain who your character is. So the first thing we said was like, what if you're like a dad playing through your like son's save file because you like miss your son and you want to like, you know explicitly that that's happened. But I think it was more interesting for you maybe not to like explicitly know that what's happened, or to try and like work that out through the gameplay. And then the other thing we were saying, which is a bit of a different angle, rather than just going through like something sad happened and some humans were part of it, is that maybe you're picking up the save file hundreds of years in the future for an old game, and which also, by the way, could kind of work for outdated technology. And you're looking over the events that were basically apocalyptic, like maybe this person, something happens to them, and then the correspondent later on is like, oh, we're getting earthquakes in our town now as well. I haven't heard from you in a while. Miss you. You can kind of be like almost piecing together that there was some kind of apocalyptic event through playing this like, retro Game Boy game. I don't know which of those is better.
I think
either way. I think our guy should die.
Okay. I say first one. I like the emotional angle of the co-op character not knowing why he disappeared.
Yeah, I think I like that too. I also do like at one of the moments we were talking yesterday about like, how can we gut punch? And I was like, I think a really sweet thing would be if you can see the dates on correspondence and like having our character who doesn't know why their friend stopped playing, maybe they checked in for a few months afterwards and actually just like, well, I guess my friend's not here anymore, or this guy who I was starting to think I had a like crush on or whatever isn't here anymore, and then like years later to see a message like that bit in Interstellar where he gets the message from his daughter after she's got older. Have a bit where something looks like 6-7 years later and it's like, hey, I know this is really dumb, but I'm getting married tomorrow, and I just remember thinking like who I wanted there, and I was like doing the wedding list, and it's really weird. I never met you, but like you came to mind, and I never had any other form of contact with you, so I guess I just thought I'd sign into this dumb game and send you a message. And
do you know what? Okay. It could be a really like sad ending as well that I hinted at when I pitched this, but maybe a bit more fleshed out now. You find the message, the years later message or whatever. Mm-hmm. And because you're logged into the game, you can reply to it now.
When you actually you receive a message while playing.
You receive a message while playing, sure, yeah. You receive this years later message, and the last thing that happens in the game is you see your character open this message up and start.
That'd be quite a fun moment as well. Just be like someone being like, "Hey, you've got mail," and they're like, "No, but this is really important. You have to come to the post office now. It arrived today. Like, you haven't had mail in 6 years. Like, I'm the postman, but I haven't had to do anything for 6 years." This is correct. Please come to the post office.
But you find this message you've been sent first time in 6 years, and it's her just saying, "I just thought I'd log back in because, I'm getting married today. It's cool, right?" And then you see your character start typing a reply to it, and it begins with just like, "Hey, sorry, but I realize Frank hasn't been on here for a while. It's because," and then just like delay. And then he deletes all the text and just sends one as if he is Frank. He's just like, "Oh,
that's really sweet, isn't it?"
Hi, Cassandra.
I'm getting the goosebumps for a thing now. I think there's something really emotional in that. What I will say about this, and we've said this before, is we both love this idea, and it might be hard to scale it back enough to make in 3 days.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, we'll make something that isn't emotional gut punching in 3 days. We'll be like, "Fuck!
Damn if we can't try." Because wouldn't it be cool if we did? Because that's not been our LD games up to now. Hyperdemocracy was aiming for that. And I think it managed a bit at the end of that game. I think there's the very beginnings of an emotional tug at the end of that game. Like the last two, someone dies in that game, and everyone realizes that the system that they're in is completely horribly broken. And the last two, because I played it again through today to record music from it for just our. We're just going to use old LD tunes that we've used.
Is that how you got the music?
For Hyperdemocracy, yeah, I had to just straight up record it. Like, I couldn't find the originals. But yeah, the last two bills, the last two legal bills that go through that you vote on are to shut down 2button.com. And that's the last chat you see from everyone. It's everyone just going, someone died, like, I'm done with this. Like, we can't use this system anymore. Like, hyper-democracy doesn't work. And then the one after that is just motion to go outside. And there is no live chat on that one.
It's really interesting.
But yeah, like, the game is definitely not big enough that it has the time to... I think invest you. I mean, if you read all of the chats in that game, maybe that could get you a bit, because there's a lot of dialogue in that game. If you read everything in that game, it could probably take you like 40 minutes.
Yeah, maybe.
So I don't know. I would be interested to see someone actually play through that game and read everything in it and see what they thought.
Yeah, I would really like to have a stab at this one, because I do think it's a really fun idea, and I think that there'll just be it'll be tough to like write up in. One of the other things about making a game that's this smaller is that in order to get someone like emotionally invested, not necessarily, you can do it with like a short story, but it does help to have them spend a bit of time in the space. And I think if we're making a game that ultimately, like, it's going to be hard for us to make a game that you can't finish in like half an hour.
Yeah.
To guarantee that in that half an hour you've experienced things in a good enough order and with enough emotional impact that when we hit you with our like moment at the end, it's punchy. That's going to be tough.
Then again, I think of Emily is Away. Have you played Emily is Away?
No.
Emily is Away is a bit like this. It's a story-based, like, pure narrative game, really. It's like a walking sim without even the walking in it. I think it's just a pure dialogue game. You log into like an old OS, you go to basically their form of MSN Messenger. It's very like early 2000s retro kind of nostalgia. Okay. And you're speaking to your friend Emily, and I guess you guys are good friends. I can't remember, maybe you have some like romantic interests in each other or whatever. And the game just takes place over like, I don't know, like 5 conversations or something, and they're all like 6 months or a year apart. And every time you log in to talk to Emily, things are just more distant. And then the last time, she's just not on anymore. Emily is away. Like, she's sent away. So I guess it's got a similar kind of vibe. But that game is tiny, and people love Emily is Away.
Right.
You could probably play through Emily is Away and read all the dialogue. I think it's like... I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering this. It's been a couple of years since I've played, but I think it's like a 10 or 15 minute game.
Okay.
I could just be getting that wrong. Someone correct me in chat. Maybe that game's 2 hours and I'm just forgetting because it feels like such a small scope game, but people love that game. I guess that game hit a lot of people, and it's not big.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
I mean, we could do it. I think we'd have to have a really solid GDD. Me and you would have to work out like what are the important mechanical moments, what are going to be the important letters that you can read, and where can we find them, and how can we spread them out, and how can we hit you with that moment near the end? Like, how can we do, like, even just like writing music for this will be like a challenge emotionally. To be like, we want it to be sweet and we want it to feel like the game, but also we do want your heartstrings to feel a little tugged on. You want to go for that like kind of, it's like Final Fantasy IX. Frontier Village Dali, right? That's like, it's not fundamentally sad, but it kind of beckons to your nostalgia in such a fashion that you just like sit there and leave it on for a while. And like, I don't know why, but I'm all sad now.
I think that we can do that though.
Yeah, we can do that because we're
music,
amazing.
Certainly. I think we can get some good music.
Yeah, we can hire someone. Yeah, I know, and you can't do that, but but we might be able to get.
That's beyond us, but people exist. There are people.
Yeah.
I know
that's beyond us. Well, beyond you. Yeah. Anyway, that's an abandoned world.
All right, I'm just gonna. If you'll excuse me a moment, just gonna grab my tea. Should be brewed up. It won't be long, and then we will talk about. That's Ruins as well. We don't really have a momentum, do we?
No, not yet.
We've got a very vague idea of momentum that you can quickly explain if you want.
I'm going to play Final Fantasy IX Dali on the piano while you go.
Okay, I'll be back in just a moment then, guys.
On the extreme preferably you want a bit high.
Hey, bud.
Hey.
Oh, we get to explain Keep It Alive.
You caught me just after the first loop. I butchered it, but it was Dali. To your mic, it just sounds dissonant. No, rest assured, Fishy, I hit a lot of wrong notes. Hey everyone, I'm back. What's up, the Infernal Online?
Welcome back to streams in general, by the way, Infernal.
When you're not back, are you the Infernal Offline? Does your name change?
He's got a bot that changes it for him.
That is a great thing to do. We should do that. Keep It Alive. What was Keep It Alive? Oh yeah, Keep It Alive. I always forget. That's uninvested.
Is this mine? I guess this is mine, right?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Keep It Alive is a game about having a Mexican wave go on indefinitely. You play as a crowd, the whole crowd. Initially, though, the game's actually a bit subversive, and it has almost a twist to it, which is kind of fun because this game doesn't feel like it should. But for a while, this is going to trip you up until you realize what's going on, which I think is great. So you have a crowd of like 3 rows of people, and they're all doing the Mexican wave, and then one kind of like falls asleep. He gets like groggy. He's been drinking beer in the sports stand, and he's like struggling to keep up with the Mexican wave. And the game prompts you, and he's the guy. I'm going to say very specifically, he's on the top row, and he's third in from the left. And the game prompts you, and it goes,
That's important.
that is very important. And the game's like, press E to make him wave, and you've got to time it. Obviously, it's a Mexican wave. You'll know how that works. So you press E, he goes, flops around, does the Mexican wave. You time it correctly, hopefully, and you keep the Mexican wave going. And then someone else falls asleep. But you'll notice that when you press E, this guy doesn't wave. This still only controls man number 1. And the game doesn't tell you how to control the second guy. You have to work out what's actually going on. And what is happening is that the 3 rows of people in the stadium represent the 3 rows on your keyboard. And you have to look at where he actually is relative to the people in the stadium, and hit the correct key. So this man might be J man, the man on the J key, and you have to select it when he's in order. And more people fall asleep, and you have to hit your keyboard buttons on those people to keep the Mexican wave going as long as you can.
That is incredible. I agree. I mean, it is simultaneously the worst idea and a truly.
Oh, it's awful. But I really
it's not going to
be
fun or good. I think it's fun. It's fun in that it does have a twist, which I think is fun. And then even after you've solved the twist, it is sort of a fun game.
It gets if you manage to get far enough that you're controlling the whole crowd, you just be wiping your hand across the keyboard trying to keep the Mexican wave up.
You've got to do the whole thing. And you have like a combo meter up in the top right.
Maybe to stop you just waving your hand across the keys anyway. Some guys, like, if someone actually falls asleep as opposed to being groggy, you've got to like mash it 3 times to wake them up as well.
That's awful. I hate that. I mean, it is good, isn't it? That's just what's going to make it fall asleep in the middle of the night. No, but that is fun. And that's a good pitch as well. I do like the idea the first time it happens, right? Like you see the wave get to that guy,
yep.
And all of a sudden we run the game in hyper slow motion, and we go, we drop out, like do a low pass in the audio,
yep.
We zoom in on this guy, and then you see the prompt that says like E, and then
you see the saliva drooling out of his mouth while he's like falling asleep.
You hear like a heartbeat sound. I'm picturing these guys as like the stick men from Darwinia, like so barely, like, and but you like zoom in on him, and like you see like the frames of the animation as someone's going up and down, like some wave like. All low pass, and then you press E, and you're like, what? And then you zoom back out and then cut out, and you see the wave done. And that's the first one.
Yeah.
And then the second time, you have to press E, but then like seeing a guy fall asleep elsewhere and him dying, and that being like, I lost a life here. You've got like 5 lives or whatever.
Yep.
And then just being like, okay, and then maybe that happens like 2 or 3 times. That is your like get used to the game thing. You're like, oh shit, it was I hit the keys. E was H. I mean, that is funny. It's dumb, but it is funny. Just exactly as many seats as your keyboard. Literally just 2-bit black Darwinia figures sitting on little seats on a plain white background.
I don't think you need to scope down the art in this game.
But I think that's funny. I think it's more.
Okay.
I don't know. I just think there's more comedy in there.
And it could be a case of like other things you could do to maybe mess with the difficulty, so you're not just pressing Mexican wave buttons. Maybe sometimes someone will leave the stand, which is going to break the Mexican wave, but you can just grab someone, like literally with your mouse, just grab someone.
You can like drag them back into their seat.
Just drag them into the seat so they can't leave. You are the Christmas. And you just keep the Mexican wave going by like dragging people back to their seats if they're trying to leave. Or clicking people to wake them up so they're kind of not as groggy anymore or whatever.
Or like a really good one would be like someone like goes to like buy a drink, like a concessions man comes up. He goes buy a drink, but like as he's buying the drink, like he has to do the wave, and then he goes like what, and like throws his drinks up. They like have like
occasionally
simulated like crisps.
you could have someone go past with a snacks cart, and if you actually drag like it's just occasionally it's a power up. You see him occasionally, and if you drag his nachos to someone who's asleep, it wakes him back up. So you free up that key again. if you're getting too many people to control, it's like quick, grab a hot dog. There we go. Well, wait, who is it that I need to wake up? Q is quite difficult right now because I'm doing A and W as well, so we'll drag a hot dog to Mr. Q.
Oh, we have an event. We have an event where a baseball flies into the stands, and if you just like do the wave at the right time, you can catch it. Like the one guy, like it's not even just to do the wave. Sometimes it is just like you need them to raise their hands because really all the key does is make them do that. So you can use that for like a variety of mechanical silly things. Catch the baseball.
Maybe there's wave cam. You know, like kiss cams.
Yeah, and it seems but they're all identical people, right? So like you press a key and then it just doesn't move on the wave cam. And you like half the screen and you're like trying to work out who it is. And one of them does it and then they're like, hey! Yeah, no, that's funny. That's really funny. That's actually fucking.
So yeah, Mexican wave game. Let's keep it alive.
I'm so on board with this because it's so dumb. And I think, honestly, hyper minimal, like Darwinia stickmen, is the funniest way of doing it. Like we can like animate them a bit better than they should be animated, and we can have like more things than you think there's initially going to be in it, like appear. But I think keeping the art style like crazy low bit is going to make it particularly comedy. That is really good. Wavecam is a really funny one. It's
so funny.
That wasn't G. And you just like hitting the keyboard and random, and they're all just like, what? Eventually, you get the right guy. And the wavecam like lights up with like a yellow border flash up, and goes like, "Good job."
Fishy says you can get points depending on how close you are to keeping the wave going. Yeah, it could almost be like a rhythm game where there's like a good, great, perfect scaling on your timer.
Yeah.
The Mexican wave game. Yeah, ridiculous.
That is funny. I mean, I don't even think. I mean, it might even be funny if you can't lose. You're just trying to get like a score of some kind, because I think to get you through to all the fun bits with like wavecam or catch the baseball or like, and like, who wants a beer? And then like if you'll go like waves, then I'll like throw them a beer, and it's just like there's nothing to it. It's like, oh, okay. T-shirt then. Or like a robber shows up and everyone has to put their hands up. Put your hands in the air. We'll record that one sound effect.
The whole time this Mexican wave is just going on and on.
I think almost at some point the Mexican wave should like, or at least there should be like scripted breaks from the Mexican wave. That's funny.
But you're not keeping it alive if there are scripted breaks. That's just go on forever.
Well, I mean, once you've got the premise through, it's through. That is really funny though. I know I said this already, but I really love what the oil paint texture has done to pixel art. It gives it so much actual texture. Like it rounds the edges on stuff and makes it look really soft. It makes it look so. It's really pretty.
Yeah, there you go. So is that everything that we've got for? Yeah, Connections is the wire game again. So really, we need to. Are you happy with the 1 minute to prepare pitch?
Yes, I like it. I like it a lot. I think the one that we've got actually, weirdly, the one that we've probably got the least of a handle on is connection/power source,
Yes.
because we just haven't got a GDD for it. But I do think it's a good enough start and an interesting enough mechanic that we could make something interesting.
Yeah, Aperture.
Aperture.
Yeah. So, let's narrow this down. Dreams, Garden.
Oh fuck! Wait, have we done Dreams?
Dreams, Garden, Side Effects. They are the ones
They're the
that we
three we
haven't
haven't
got.
got. And just
Everything else
have you written all this down on a Google or something?
Yeah. Yes, I have. LD.
Should we quickly get that up with all of the ideas and their relevant? Like just write like this is going to be this game. We don't have to write what that game's going to be. Oh, I had an idea for Dreams, but you weren't super on board, were you?
You've got Mad Lib style Dream Technician.
Yeah.
Incorporate players' drawings into a dream.
Yeah.
Which I still
think
don't see much of a game being there.
It's more of a toy.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm completely on board with that. I'd rather have a game than a toy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think it could be like graded in any fashion. I think it is just sort of like make a silly thing.
Fishy has an idea for
Can I say,
please, dude.
You know, I don't do it that often, but I like the screen that we're in front of right now.
You like the sorry?
The screen we're in front of right now. I like the way that you've like set the thing into the bottom right a little bit to like, you know, rule of thirds out the palm tree on the left. And I like the font. I would prefer if it was white because you've just added additional color information we don't need. But other than that, it's nice.
You prefer if what was white, sorry?
The font.
The Final Themes one.
Yeah.
I tried it in black and white, and neither of them looked right. So I just tried to make it be a similar color to something else in the... I basically went for the rule of if you're going to frame a painting, the frame is supposed to be like a color of a similar color to something in the painting, but one of the less used colors is something I want.
That blue isn't in this anywhere.
It's not, but there is a blue pond, and it's just like it accentuates.
If it was that blue, I think I'd be on board with it.
Okay.
If you'd gone for that.
Okay.
But this is normally why I lean on making all my text white. It's just so unintrusive.
It's fair.
But if it didn't look good, it didn't look good. But I like this. I like the way you framed it. It's nice. Pitch is your idea, Fishing.
What if you had like a sideways platformer where you had to switch between the dream realm and the real world? So this is so not an idea that I haven't even said it out loud yet. But I was thinking that reminds me of like I had an idea where maybe there's a couple of different people having dreams of the same event. Like it's a side-scrolling platformer, like Fishy says, and three different people having dreams in three different scenarios, but they're all the same physical platformer. But you can switch between which dream you're looking at, and different things are in the platformer.
I will say,
I think a lot of people are going to do it. Is the problem
that switching the world in and out thing is a mechanic that I think shows up a lot.
Yeah.
And also, I have done a game jam where you're in two separate worlds at the same time. And I don't want to do it again.
Which one?
Jelly Boys.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I know that's not the same as what you pitched there, but it is a bit in that there's two different worlds in which your controls do the same thing.
Yeah, a dream world and a real world that are overlaid up on top of each other. While I'm certainly not saying that couldn't be interesting, I think there's a lot of interesting things you could definitely do with that. But it's what I think a lot of people will go for, and we try and avoid that. It's
also just like, what is a dream? Well, also the first fucking game I ever made when I studied was a game where you're in a recurring nightmare as well. Because it's just an idea that loads of people have. It's clearly what showed up in Ludum Dare. Like people like dreams, but it's too vague. It's not like a good enough.
It's not a good theme. There's a couple here that we really hope don't get picked. Dreams, we really hope doesn't get picked. Momentum, I don't think I mentioned Momentum. That's one we need to have an idea for.
Yeah. Not to shit on your idea at all, for sure.
Oh no, like I say, I think you could do interesting stuff with it. It's specifically, there's a difference between what makes a good prompt for a game and what makes a good prompt for a Ludum Dare game. And
Dreams exactly.
Does not make a good prompt for a Ludum Dare game, unfortunately.
Or what makes a good prompt for whatever. Like I do think the breadth of dreams is a bit annoying, because even like saying dream world, like if I say everyone in chat visualize a dream world, like the vast difference between what we could even be saying.
Games basically are dream worlds already.
Yeah, like anything any fiction is a dream.
Yeah,
like it's too tough.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks, Fish.
Ravy says
Yeah.
he's just read the rules on the LD website and it states you don't have to stick to the theme. Therefore, my question is, if you don't like the theme, are you going to stick to it? Yes, because it really feels in poor form to make a game that doesn't stick to the theme when your game is being rated alongside thousands of people who are sticking to the theme.
I agree. Yeah. The other thing is, if we just wanted to make like a game, like if we were like really
just don't do it during LD.
Just don't do it during LD. We could just go and do a game jam.
But yeah, like the whole point of LD is that the theme is giving you a prompt to kickstart an idea for a couple of reasons. Coming up with an idea from scratch is difficult because there's a paralytic choice kind of paradox. When people have too much choice, you can't make a choice. And if you can make a game that's anything, where do you begin? And that some people struggle to come up with the initial idea for a game. So how about you constrain those choices, and then you can get an idea to come out of that. So having a theme is useful because it's a good starting point, unless it's dreams, because that isn't a constraint. Every game could be a dream.
Well, the other thing, right, is that we're all working under the same constraint. So
Yes.
to like be like, I'm not under that constraint, does almost feel in poor taste. And then, well, actually, and the other thing is, if you are engaging in LD and you want people to like your game, people do shit on the games that don't abide by the theme.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's its own category, it definitely bleeds over. These games are rated in various categories, and people can rate you down on theme. But to be honest, if you've even got a really fun game that's not on theme, I think some people would actually.
I would probably be much less kind to a game that was off theme.
Yes, I think that's
Great ball. Yeah, so that was one of the things we were talking about yesterday, the day before. Is that I think that is more specific.
Oh, hey, Rubik's. Yes, yeah. We did have one kind of idea for this, which was you're like a dad in a very poor, struggling family. You're barely keeping food on the table. You've got a couple kids with aspirations to like go into the arts or whatever, and you're struggling to even afford for them to go into it. Do you try and get your kids into the arts, get them expensive lessons for their chosen fields, but while you're barely even eating and struggling to get medicine for people who are sick? Or do you essentially crush the dreams of your kids so that you actually can afford to keep a family alive? But again, like it's an idea that's been done. It's an idea that's not got gameplay in it. It's just a narrative.
No, it's one of those, like, there's a type of game which is basically like, make decisions.
Yeah.
Walking Dead, this one line, but like
it's also the Papers, Please story. I mean, Papers, Please is cool because it actually has the mechanics, but you have the end of day stuff in Papers, Please where you choose to spend money on things, and it's just this game. So like it's been done more than once, and it's also probably going to be done by people in this theme as well, because even that's something people will think of.
Yeah.
As soon as anyone interprets dreams as goals, the first thing I think anyone's going to think of is a harrowing game about not failing to follow your dreams. That's what.
Well, I mean, like a bucket list themed thing. Like dreams is just you have a bucket list and you have to go and complete it. But I don't know mechanically what that means. Like these are the things that I said I would do, so I'm going to get them done. And then you have like a series of, bucket lists often involve doing quite large dramatic things that don't really wrap up into a regular gameplay.
What if you're the person on the planet with the most mundane bucket list in the world, which makes it really easy to do it all?
My dream is to jump on the platform and grab the key. Garden themed escape room. Stuck in a greenhouse. Greenhouse is interesting for garden. Greenhouse. Terrariums, onboard spaceships. Garden. Well, I was saying actually, one of the things I said to you, and we never came back and revisited it because I think it wasn't an idea so much as it was a subversion. Yeah. But like a Japanese rock garden, like raking.
Yeah. I like Zen garden as just a starting point for garden.
Just having to I don't even know. What do they do? They just rake stones, right? That's all you do.
It's sand. It's a sand bed, stones.
Sand.
You can put plants in a Zen garden as well.
Garden is a terrible thing. Again, garden is it's a environmental prompt for a reasonably uninteresting environment, because garden and a lot of these, like you'll hear like farming sometimes and stuff, a lot of them imply like growth, a lot of them imply the same thing, which is cultivating plants. And it's a mechanic that like we've seen done in media enough that we basically all have the exact same idea of how that works, and we'd all make very similar, very boring games if you went down that route. So in order to be a bit subversive, you have to go in weird directions. God, I'm saying plants versus zombies. Yeah, it's the best one.
Are
Best garden game.
there famous gardens? There's like the Garden of Eden, but guaranteed there'll be 500 games on that.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of Garden of Eden.
The
There's
Hanging
Kew
Gardens
Gardens
of
in
Babylon.
London. They've got some nice bugs.
Who's got? Sorry, what garden?
Kew Gardens in London.
Gardens?
It's
Okay.
like a exotic plants garden.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What if you went to a
Hanging
garden
Gardens of Babylon.
centre? You know what?
Hanging Gardens.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon is one. Here, this isn't a game. I don't even know why I'm about to say this, but garden centres were definitely fun stealth games to me when I was like 8 years old.
That is also true for me. we are related. We probably played together. I actually don't know what the Hanging Gardens of Babylon is.
Oh, mate,
Was it like
rubbish,
lots of
they're
hanging,
well
like,
hanging.
flailing plants? It wasn't people that were hanged, right?
No.
Okay. A remarkable feat of engineering with an ascending series of tiered gardens containing a wide variety of trees, shrubs, and vines. That looks gorgeous in all these
It
paintings.
is the garden itself that's hanging. It's not.
That's cool.
It's rubbish. The gardens is well hanging.
I think hanging actually, weirdly, doesn't even mean hanging. Has a broader meaning than the modern English word hanging and refers to trees being planted on a raised structure such as a terrace. So it just means like stepped.
Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty though. Reminds me of Taronga Zoo in Sydney. They've got like a little island they've just dedicated to a zoo, like a really shitty Jurassic Park. And it's not a shitty zoo, it's an amazing zoo. It's just compared to Jurassic Park, right? It's shitty compared to Jurassic fucking Park.
Jurassic Garden. It's still just really normal plants. They're just prehistoric. It sounds like it's going to be a dinosaur game, and it is actually just about plants. They're just Jurassic plants.
Gardens in mythology.
What about what are they? Are they just terrariums where it's like a self-enclosed garden, the one where you just put a cap in it and it survives on its own forever?
That's so cool.
Could a garden be your invisible wall breaking game? You start in a garden.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but like, you could start anywhere, couldn't you? I wasn't really know much about that game other than it would be fun to find out.
I'm gonna nip to the loo for a couple minutes and grab one or two things.
Quickly, search garden, and one of the people also ask is, what is the name of the god of the earth?
People are gonna have different answers for you, pal.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if you're aware, but there's multiple religions. The god of the earth.
God of the earth. That's definitely been asked by an alien.
Someone just trying to see if we're cool. What's the name of the god of the earth? Does he have powers?
How much is he worth?
How much does he weigh? Does he have a weak spot? Yeah, go.
I'm gonna disappear for 5 minutes. Do you want me to put some hold music on, or are you gonna stick around for 5? Do you need a quick break as well?
Yeah, put some hold music on and put the little hold. Do you think? We're gonna play this during all hold moments.
So yeah, if we need a break during
you guys,
streams,
I insist that stay in chat and come up with ideas for us.
We need ideas for dreams, side effects, momentum, and garden. But yeah, we're just gonna loop music from our old LD games if we're moving away from the stream. So yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. I'll catch you very soon. Hello,
Hey,
and we're back.
the music for Hyperdemocracy.
I'm hearing my stream on your end, by the way.
Yes, because I've not muted it this time. I was just listening to the music. But the Hyperdemocracy music is so nice.
It's great, isn't it? And I don't take any credit for that, by the way, but it is fantastic.
Yeah, no, I also don't take any credit for it. I didn't write it.
That banjo piece is so good. I've kind of wanted to incorporate it into just a new piece at some point.
It's really nice.
Just like play over it and like actually make it like a full flesh piece, because that banjo piece is really cool.
I had a thought.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a good thought, but
Okay.
I didn't think about this. But dreams.
Yeah.
Like what are the most common dreams? Like falling.
Okay. Yeah. Flying, falling,
I'm
being
doing-
chased by something and falling over and being unable to get up. That's a big one.
Yeah, being unable to punch something, showing up somewhere naked.
Yeah. Especially like old school. Or
Old
just being
jokes.
back at school, even though you've not been at school for a while.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff. But falling's an interesting one, right? Is there a game about falling? I mean, apart from the one that I made.
What about the feeling
the?
of falling?
Do you know that's not on the Google Play Store anymore? I have no idea why. I didn't take it off. It just isn't searchable.
Huh.
I don't know what happened to it. I'm gonna have to re-upload it, I guess. But yeah, you can have a game where like I don't know, where you are falling. I don't know what that means.
Specifically in a dream, though, what's the dreamness about that?
Usually falling past, you know, random objects from the world and stuff, but mechanically you are trying to do something. I don't know. It's a game about falling, isn't it?
I can't think of a game there.
An Inception-based game.
Yeah, that sounds like something we can do in 3 days. Adam's suggesting we do an Inception-style game,
Brilliant.
which is definitely small enough scope for
Oh, yeah.
for Ludum Dare.
An Inception MMORPG.
Yeah, an Inception puzzle-based MMORPG.
Yeah, man.
There's a game, Aperture, you're talking about games where you're doing gravity control. Wasn't there a game that Ben Prunty did the soundtrack for? That's all about gravity
Faster than
wells
light.
and slinking around.
Faster
Ben
than
Prunty games. What did he do? He did a game. Let's see. It's not FTL. It's the other one.
Into the Reach.
He did.
Did he do the music for Into the Reach?
Good question, actually.
I think he did.
I have to assume so. I don't know why they wouldn't get him back. He's amazing. Well, that is the game, and it's called. It's not called Video Game Choo Choo. Ben Prunty. Gravity Ghost. That's the game I'm thinking of.
Okay,
Uh,
15 minutes to come up with ideas for these 4.
Oh, shit. Well, it looks like we'll be coming up with the idea. Outdated technology.
Yep.
I think you could do Abandoned World for outdated technology.
I think you
If
could do it for automation as well.
You can, but I think it reads more sensibly with abandoned technology if the outdated technology, if the whole if the thing the console you're playing on is old, and maybe that's even mentioned. Like you're booting up like an old you have to blow. You can hear someone blowing the dust off the cartridge at the beginning.
I feel like it feels like a stretch because it's not outdated technology, and the fact that it's taking place in the future is completely incidental as well.
Well, it isn't, is it? Because it's not. The story relies on it taking place in some point in the future, even if it's only
It doesn't rely on it being outdated though.
No, but it does rely on it being old and unused for a while. I think you could get away with it pretty easily.
I feel like that's a stretch, to be honest.
I feel like it's less of a stretch than the automation ones, but
No, because I don't think it is, because you can play it as the mechanic being dependent on it actually being outdated. Your suit is not sophisticated enough that you can choose what attacks you do, which is how combat in games usually works. You have to use the suit that you're walking around in literally runs off a tape reel that's mounted on your back, and it just cycles. That I think feels much more outdated tech than just playing a handheld game, especially when you're not even seeing the outside world. There's no comparison. You're not looking at it compared to the newer technology. You're just playing a game, and we say, oh, by the way, it's taking place in the future, so it's outdated. It does feel like a stretch.
well, there's no need to be like that about it, was there?
So you're wrong, basically, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's raining. I actually love when it rains on this window right here because, opposite my flat, as you might remember,
Record it. We'll put it in the game.
I'm gonna show you. Outside my flat is an MOT sign. It's always neon lit with blue and red, and it catches on the rain and lights up the rain with beautiful purple gradient.
I think you know what? I think I have seen it actually. I think I have been at yours when it's been raining, and I've seen that. Let's see what chat's up to. Have you got brilliant ideas for us, chat? How about a game where you switch gravity so it turns up to down? There are a ton of games that do that already.
One of them is VVVVVV, which is one of the best games ever, and I don't want to compete with that.
Yeah, there's also Gravity Duck. That's fun. Instant Reach is sick. Rubik's, yeah.
Look how pretty this GIF is.
For dreams, a landscape that you can only navigate when you're not looking at it. Landscape that you can only navigate when you're not looking at it. Also, let me mute WhatsApp. So, is that you? Just sent me that on WhatsApp.
I just sent you a GIF of how pretty my window is. You can put it on stream.
Is our project or all the folders nicely made?
I mean, there's some folders in there.
I don't have the option to collab. It doesn't say that I need to update my collab. Oh, I need to join collab. Let's get that updated.
Are you signed in?
That's a nice window. I am signed in, but I need to say start now to the collab for it to tell me that I need to update my collab. Go away.
Infernal Online, that is kind of what we're pushing for automation, really. Which is probably what idea we'll end up doing. It's nice to not have to come up with a completely fresh mechanical idea right now while we've got 12 minutes, but if we hit something that we just can't get on board with, we are going to have to spend the remainder of the night working out what our idea is going to be for tomorrow. But that's fine.
I think we're going to say we've got an outdated tech one, so we're now looking for Dreams, Momentum, and Garden right now. A landscape that you can only navigate when you're not looking at it. Is there anything there?
I don't know what that means.
I guess it means like... okay, yeah, to change it slightly, you could do it like... do you remember in Beginner's Guide there's a level where you can only move backwards?
I don't remember that, but sure. Like,
but that's kind of interesting.
Like Antechamber.
Sure, this is more strict though. There is no forward control in the game.
Right, okay.
But there's also that, where, yeah, just things change when you're not looking at them. That's kind of dreamy, things change when you're not looking at them. It might be too high scope though.
It seems quite confusing. So, and again, I don't feel like, and this is just me shitting on the theme, I don't feel like that's inherently a dream thing. Like, in dreams, there are lots of white holes. Like, sometimes.
Sure, that is a classic thing in dreams, though. Things change. Things are very fluid. There's no rigidity to
yeah,
the dream.
but it's like, like, people change who they are halfway through. It's not... It may be. Well, that's a fun... You know what, Fishy? That's a fun mechanic.
Side scroller where the world acts like a boo from Mario. You turn right and the left shows. So it just means you can't see in front of you, right?
But you can always see behind you. Like 50% of the screen is always lit up. It's just the 50% that you're not moving towards. It's nice.
Are we just feeling that it's just black?
Yeah.
Does it work for any of the themes?
Don't know. It's a nice idea, though. It's mechanical. It's simple. It's things that I like. I don't know if it's enough to warrant an entire game, but it's certainly... It'd make for like a good bit in like What Remains of Edith Finch or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to know in 9 minutes whether or not any of this is relevant. So until then,
yeah.
Is there anything else we need to cover, discuss, get excited for?
I don't think there's anything else that we've not discussed. I think just maybe coming up with filling in one more of these themes would be cool. Let's make sure that our collab fits.
Okay. Garden. You are a squirrel.
Brilliant.
You are a hedgehog. Not me, but some of my mates when we were doing the NFTS game jam competitions did do a game where you were a squirrel for a game jam. So I mean, it's not even original.
What game is?
No, that's true. It's a good point. Just Paul, basically. WAVER is you. That's the last original game. That finished it all off. I keep not turning into me. Also, is that a clip from Zootopia?
Yes. It is. Where are you seeing Zootopia, though?
It showed up over my thing on the...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Why? Was that in
it's
my...
Just in someone else, it's just in someone else's chat.
Oh, I thought
I forgot
in
that would get rid of your face. I need to do Discord on my phone.
No, we were... I didn't know we discussed Zootopia.
We have not.
WAVER is you is effing difficult. WAVER is you is effing brilliant and fun.
And it is.
I don't care if you find it difficult. You take that back and you go and finish it right now.
Have you finished
It's the best game I've played probably in...
Have you finished it?
No,
Yeah,
it's really good. Got bloody far though. Well, actually, technically I have finished it. I've seen the end credits.
Okay. Yeah.
It just there's a lot more game in there.
Of course there is.
It's a bit of a weird one. Getting to the end credits is most certainly not really the end of the game. Mrs. Puppy says Niz is cute and that he should be part of a boy band. It's the pink hair, silly. I definitely look quite K-pop right now. I've been going crazy in quarantine, so I have been dying.
It's Mrs. Piggy. Hey, silly.
But all shut up, puppy. I'm going to come get you.
So Fishy says, do we see his garden idea about planting gardens in major cities to stop global warming?
No, I didn't see that.
I don't think I want to do a global warming game. It just
Anything
feels
with
a
a social or political bent.
it's a bit Shia LaBeouf, isn't it?
I love Shia LaBeouf. But no, I know. Yeah, you don't want to. We're not here to, like, I think, you know what it is if it's a game with like a message, is that it always feels really disingenuous, because I'm like, you know what, I don't think I care about it as much as I'm saying I do in this game.
Yeah.
Like, I care a lot about global warming, but I'm not here to stake my like artistic claims on it.
Yeah.
I also probably haven't done it justice.
In 3 days.
Like, I like either it's something that's like could be controversial, or something that's like not controversial, like global warming. But I'm just like, I'm not gonna smash it here. It's like,
It also feels like no one who plays this at LD is going to get any new information. You all know
Yeah.
this.
There's a lot of eye rolly, like, yeah, thanks for moralizing to me during this fun game jam. I made a game where you shoot space aliens.
Well, that's way better. Gardens about shooting space aliens. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Did you do anything with a Zen garden? Is there anything mechanical in a Zen garden?
I've played a Zen garden puzzle game once where you have to rake all the sand without crossing over your own path.
Yeah, we talked about crab game.
What's our crab game? A pure logic kind of Catani style game where there are just rules to where you can put things in the Zen garden, and you have to find an arrangement that abides by all the rules.
It's like like Johnny's Guide to Feng Shui.
Yeah. Make sure that all rocks are smaller than rocks below them. So the smaller rocks have to be towards the north, bigger rocks have to be towards the south.
I'm a very tenacious man, silly. Don't get comfy. I actually saw a speedrun of the game. Never watched a speedrun of the game you played.
Which game?
Yeah, which game?
My speedrun of...
Oh, Baba.
Of the game. Right.
You monster.
Sort of like the mechanics for the witness. Yeah, I guess. It's the mechanics for, like, I guess most logic games, really. There are just constraints to abide by. But this is specifically, like, you get 8 things, you have to place them in a grid, in a square, like a space in the garden, and they just have to abide by individual rules of what they're allowed to be near or not near, or their locations and stuff. And you've just got to make a valid arrangement. Kind of like, I guess it's kind of like lasers from Catane. Can you get to the Twitter for Ludum Dare? Because guaranteed the site is going to crash, so we can get the thing from there.
Really?
Yeah. The site always crashes.
Is it Mikey Kasperzak's Twitter, or is there an LD Twitter?
I think there's an LD Twitter. Also, have you actually pushed the folder structure in Unity? Because I'm up to date, apparently.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, I have.
Huh, I don't have any folders.
Is it LD? The project's called LD46?
Mm-hmm.
And you've pulled?
I'm up to date. There's nothing to pull. Just put like an empty into the hierarchy and then collab it.
Save the scene or something. Sure. I put a cube in there.
Just give that a little push, mate. Give it a little push.
Now there's our cube. So you never saw a commit from me?
No, I signed up to collab now, and I'm just up to date according to Unity. And
did you do the cloud pull when you got it? Like, was there like a grey project and you cloud pull?
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah.
Oh, weird. Okay, well, I've committed again with a scene. What you working on this week? Hashtag Game Dev Folk. Ludum Dare. Let's see, Mike Cash Project.
This also isn't coming up as having a... Okay, let me just close this and reopen it. Because it's
7 minutes ago. Whoa, just a heads up. All 32 cores of the database server are saturated right now. If the website is slow or glitchy, this is why. Eek. Oh yeah, good shout.
Every year, mate. Every time.
If you're new to Ludum Dare, this is pretty normal. So always get stupid busy at the beginning and pretty busy at the end. It'll cool off 5 to 15 minutes after we announce the theme. You and Mike agree.
Hey, what she said.
I don't think I ever knew what he looked like. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, I've never
Okay.
seen him.
Looks sort of like one of the guys from El Dorado. Like a kind of more indoorsy version of one of the guys from El Dorado.
I'm not getting the push, dude. What's happening? This I mean, that's problematic.
You're definitely signed in as you.
I mean, I'm in the project. That should be enough regardless, right?
You'd think so.
Services, collaborators on.
I mean, something as simple as just reopen Uni.
I just did. That's what I just did.
The first push is the weakest. 1 minute.
Let's try and get this fixed. Huh?
Baby, I know. Eek, LD Jam, 18 seconds ago. Too many connections. You think they would fix this by now? I think this is going to be one of the most attended LDs
Oh yes.
by a decent stretch. How many were there last
wait,
time?
there's a different one. There's a second LD46 project. Let's open that
Right.
one, I guess. Did you make 2?
Yeah, I feel like this happened with you and I last time. Actually, that was a me and you. That was one instance where you and I was grammatically incorrect. That happened with me and you last time.
I'm up to date in this one. The fuck?
Or the other one.
But
Kill
I thought I was in the other one before. Let's get this one now.
Yeah, kill the other one's local repo. Refreshing Twitter.
All right, it's
Wow.
2 a.m.
Check LD. Do it on the stream.
and we should have. It's not gonna work. But we now
Right.
have a countdown. Our 3-day countdown is on stream. Okay, let's get rid of themes. Let's get rid of that, and let's head to the LD site.
Keep it alive. Keep it alive.
Uh,
Are you gonna have that countdown on the stream constant?
yeah.
Might want to darken the background then, because I think that's gonna really confuse. Oh, click it.
I'm struggling.
click
Can you find it?
I'm on your Twitter. He's not said it yet. Checking the hashtag. It's keep it alive. It's the
All right.
Mexican wave.
It's the Mexican wave game. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
No, I'm so on
Oh
board.
my god. It's the Mexican wave game.
Hang on. I've seen one post saying this. Is it there? Ludum Dare haven't actually tweeted out themselves. It's just someone who clearly got to the website first.
Yeah, maybe it's just someone excited about keeping it alive.
Maybe it's just someone saying it just to fuck with me. Good luck, Ludum Dare friends. Yeah, but for what? Say what? Damn it. Look, funky pants. Hashtag LDJam.
Okay, let's get rid of. Okay, I'm correcting cameras and things now. So your camera is.
Latest. Keep it alive, yeah. A lot of people saying keep it alive.
Okay, well, I assume it's keep it alive then.
I have to say it, keep it alive. Lapitas, terrible theme, just awful. Hashtag LDJam. Okay. Clearly you haven't got a minute an idea like us. Okay, awesome. Well, we know what we're making.
Chat seems pretty excited about keep it alive.
Have a cook to try to keep. Puppy, I promise. I won't. I couldn't dream of it. Frankly, I've seen you on video and you're intensely handsome. I wouldn't say if I can. We're using Unity this time. Yeah.
Oh, what? Yeah, I'd love to be using Unity. Except, doesn't work, mate.
Oh dear.
It doesn't work. What is going on?
I can't believe we're making this game. Of all of the ideas, it's the most rubbish, I think, and in its own way, the best.
Yeah. Get I mean, get people drawing? I don't know. What do you want to start on?
Well, I mean, that's going to be fucking easy. A lot of this is going to be design, and this is going to be fun. I mean, I guess, so we don't need, thing is, I can do a lot of this art in the next hour.
I think scope up the art if it's that minimal.
No, because I think it's better this way. I do think it's better this way. I think it's more fun to not have, well, we can try a couple of things, to be fair. But I think it is really fun to have this be hyper minimal.
I don't understand what's going on with you. Can we just start a new project called something other than LD46? Can we just call it Mexican Wave Game? Just push me Mexican Wave Game. Because these projects are broken.
You've just done, you can't have done an initial commit. I did an initial commit. This is fun. No, hang on, this is day one. We're allowed to make mistakes here.
Yeah, I see Paul and Ludwig, you're both new. What is the theme? The theme is...
Keep it alive.
Keep it alive, and we're going to make a game about keeping a Mexican wave going.
Type in !theme to see the theme.
Don't mislead people.
Does that not work? I just
you can't just say that and have that be the case.
But I've seen it on other people's streams. Sometimes you can do an exclamation mark.
Right.
That says,
yeah, I'll go and do that now then.
What, you have to set that up? What? I thought it just knew. Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun weekend.
Keep it going, guys. It's a little slow because of the servers. Hammer it 3 or 4 times. Baby, I know.
Okay, I will make that command. 1 second.
You guys need to spell it right. It's Theeam.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to send that.
Nightbot's doing the fun thing where I can't change it, so let's not do that. Ah, Jesus Christ. Okay. Why can't I see your... Are you making a new project?
No.
Can you please make a new
I'm trying to
project?
fix the old one, because I think we'll run into the same problem. I do love navigating Unity's projects window. Oh boy.
That's dreadful, isn't it?
Unity dashboard. Let's try and find out how that can be done. Look at all the engagement we've got from me just asking a simple bit of order. Look, we just got analytics because of that.
Because of what?
No, granted, everyone's typing in exclamation mark thing. That's analytics 101.
Oh yeah.
Add revenue today, $0. Yeah, all right. Total unpaid earnings, $2.39. I guess I just didn't hit a breakpoint until that one went off.
Oh mate, this just doesn't work.
5 stars on the Play Store. Kicks ass. Okay, what am I looking for? All projects. Oh, we can't make another project, Matt, because I have 69 projects.
For a second, and I don't know why I was going to ask this, but I was going to say, oh, is that the limit?
Why can you not make more? I don't understand.
What is it about 60? Right.
Right, got it, yeah. No, yeah, that is brilliant. Is the game going to call Mexican Wave Game? Nah, it's going to have a great name. It's going to be called A Very Exciting Day at the Brunswick Stadium. Or something like that. That's what it's going to be called.
What's the theme? What's the game going to be? Rex, the theme is Keep It Alive, and we're going to make a game about keeping a Mexican wave going for as long as possible. You're going to control the entire crowd. You'll press buttons on your keyboard to make people in the crowd wave at the right times, and we're also going to have daft, silly events happen during it as well, where you wave to do things other than keep the Mexican wave alive. For example, you might be catching the baseball as it flies into the audience.
Can you just double check you are definitely not signed in as me?
Well, I can see my Unity project, so...
Well, click account at the top there.
I'll just go back to the Unity hub and see who I'm logged in.
Let's say we can see it right there. If you click account, it'll say which account.
Okay, hang on.
Because you might just be signed in as me.
I don't think I can be signed in as you right now.
Well, the thing is, it said 2 hours ago I made a commit called initial commit, which I didn't.
Matthew Arnold. Signed in as Matthew Arnold.
Weird. It's something in the way that you've pulled doesn't like it. Yeah, that is Hola, that's Spanish for wave. That's pretty good.
It might work a bit like a rhythm game, silly. We may do it where there's like a sweet spot on waving at the right time. Like you'll get a good, great, perfect type grading.
I think that's fun. I think we can do a lot of silly stuff like that. Is that the way that you want to be loved? I can picture you staring.
Oh, why doesn't this work?
Don't know.
At the minute, yeah, the wave will take place in a baseball stadium, perhaps, if we want them to catch baseball.
I think baseball's a fun one. Also, I don't understand how baseball works, so we can.
I don't understand how Unity works. Can we make a new project?
We can, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. Do you want to make the project?
I can try that, sure. I think the thing is, because I've got the free version, I'm limited on space.
I think. Yeah. Okay.
I can try this though.
Even with premium.
Okay, let me try this.
You're definitely on it. I mean, you're in it. That is weird. I'm just going to Google, see if there's a thing. Unity. Oh, no, don't. I said, hey, Google, and my phone went off at me. Unity. Can't see previous commits. Collab. See if there's like an easy bug.
Fishy says that the sky should be like really sped up, so it looks like these people have been doing the Mexican wave for hours on end. You just see like the sun moving across the sky during the game.
They can't leave until. I know you're saying scope up the art, but I just think it would be so funny if there's just like the chair is just like a line. I just think it's so funny.
Do you not want to see like facial expressions and people like falling asleep and?
I don't even want to give them faces. I think it's going to be like. Let me try it. I think it'll be. I think there's a hilarity to be had here.
Okay. Shall I just go to your desktop for a bit while I try and get Unity working? Are you drawing stuff right now?
In a sense.
You need to Twitch stream. Or we're not doing that tonight.
Oh, let's just not bother with it tonight because we're going to sign off pretty quickly, I think. Should we just write a GDD? Let's write a GDD right now. So.
I mean, can we get Unity working first? Because that's worrying.
What are you looking at there? How are you looking at that?
It's just the last thing that your Twitch stream was on. Last frame of your Twitch stream.
Can we get Unity working first? We can get Unity working off stream, right? We can like call the stream now.
Okay, sure. Do you want to start a document then?
Yeah. Do you want? I mean, I could open. Alright, cool. Troubleshoot this.
I'm going to still try and share this with you while we're doing this, but.
Yeah. Okay. No, I'm going to kick open a document. So.
There is an LD46 folder that you've been
shared with me. Correct. Not correct. It is not shared with me.
Do you need me to send you a link?
Please. Is it not shared with me because it's in an old folder that is shared with me? So it's just not updating.
Hang on.
Is it in my folder?
It might be one of your folders, yeah.
It is in my folder. That's confusing. You made a folder inside one of my folder.
Have you got it then? Have you got Ludum 46?
Yeah, I've got it. It was just I couldn't find it in my shared, but it's because it was just like there. Create in a shared. Now I have to say if I want to share this. Very puzzling. Keep it alive. GDD. Get the GDD, eh? Oh yeah, that's right. You can't do that. Mexican wave game. This is dumb, and I'm very into it.
Infernal says someone like completely gets knocked out like by a baseball or something at some point maybe, and to get him to wave, you have to wave the people on either side so they kind of lift him up with them.
They lift his arm.
Just lift him up so he keeps the wave going.
I do really like the idea of like them when they get stuff from the concessions and they do the wave, they just throw it into the air and we just put physics on it. Mexican wave game. Okay, so let's lay this one out. How many keys are on a keyboard? Alphabet. How many letters in the alphabet?
Are we just doing alphabet? Are we doing the symbols as well?
Jesus Christ, that's dumb.
I mean, we'll pretend you asking per row. That's a valid
I
question.
wasn't though. I wasn't.
Are we including the symbols at the end? I guess not, just the letters, right?
No, I think the letters are.
But let's bear in mind
You could have someone just come and sit down next to them, like next to M. At one point, it's an empty chair, and then someone just comes and sits down. And they're like, "Oh, yeah."
Well, let's bear in mind there are different keyboard layouts.
That is a great point. This only works for QWERTY, hey?
So the beginning of the game, we can ask you what your keyboard layout is and give the AZERTY, the QWERTY, the Dvorak.
Is that a bit of a giveaway?
Well, I think that could just be the good clue.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard it referred to as a Mexican way. What's it called? What's another name for it?
Hey, Rosa. Is it too late to join? I think you have to have pressed the join button on the website to be in the event.
I think it is, in fact, slightly too late to join. It is.
Sorry that I'm hiding things. I'm just going through system files and shit right now. I'm trying to get you in this. Add person. How do I? What's your?
Just my full name at Gmail.
Okay. Oh, I can't find the webpage for that. That's fun. Is that server down? Is that what's happening there?
Unity?
Yeah.
No, surely not. Just double check that you're definitely on the collaborators list to be able to pull this. Oh my god, I just opened that 4 times.
Okay. Do you want to see if you have this? It should be called Mexican Wave Game. Check for Unity.
Pull from the hub. Same version. 2019.1.6F1.
I think so.
New file projects available. Click refresh. Okay, well that's a good sign.
Now I got this far, so we'll see.
You never know where it's going to be. I've got something on here called Show Matt. I wonder what that was.
Love to know, mate.
Yeah, I don't know. Mexican Wave Game, he's called it. Not seeing it. You definitely added me as a collaborator.
Maybe, I don't know. Unity's website is so bad.
You don't have to. Well, you set it up, then you went into the collaborator bit, which is clicking those little people.
Yep. Let's try.
And then you asked you what organisation it was in.
Yes,
you told it was in your organisation.
Yep. Yep.
And then you went add to me as a collaborator, and it took you to the Unity page, and then you typed in my email address.
It says add user or group, and I've added your.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, again.
But if I click manage seats, it actually takes me to a page that's not found.
Ignore that. Okay, so I mean, it has been sent to me because it's saying it is in my emails. Where is it? I might just not see it. Am I a little blind boy? Restart hub.
Fishy says he's heard it called the Ocean of Hands before. Fishy's British. How have you never heard this Mexican word?
The Ocean of Hands! Tell me that's true.
Oh, no, okay, it's Infernal who's not heard of this before. They just call it the Wave. Okay. Hot dogs and soda as power-ups. Yeah, weirdly, we've said this. So I think the people you're trying to control are the people who fall asleep at the stadium, and you can wake people up with concessions. So occasionally, as a power-up, someone will go past with like a wheelie of like they're selling hot dogs or popcorn or nachos, and if you grab those and throw them to someone who's asleep, you can wake someone up who's annoying. Like this is a difficult person to deal with, so we'll wake them up with a snack. Who calls it the Ocean of Hands?
I mean, the Ocean of Hands is the best. It's a way better name than anything else we've said. The Ocean of Hands.
Of arms.
Ocean of Hands is like a good prog metal band name.
The torrential onslaught of limbs.
Wet fingers. The damp palm.
Oh dear. Okay. Have you got this project?
It's just importing some script. I'm just going to see if I've got collab history.
I realise there's still nothing to see on screen. As soon as we have a project we can both work in, we'll start doing stuff and you'll actually be able to see something. Bear with us, guys.
Let's bear with this, guys. I similarly am guessing commit test object in hierarchy.
You're seeing that? Okay.
Yeah,
We're done
although
then.
saying that, there isn't an object in the hierarchy.
There's
So,
main camera directional light and commit test. Have you pulled that?
yeah, but that's always in the hierarchy.
Commit
You didn't-
test. There's 3 objects in hierarchy. The third one is called commit test.
Nope.
But you're updated. You've collabed it. And you're
Yes. Yes.
You've downloaded the one that says commit test object in hierarchy. Are you in the correct scene? Hang on. Are you in the correct scene?
Oh, is that what was going wrong with you as well?
No. I had nothing
no.
to pull. There was nothing to pull on.
That's
it.
weird. I am now in the correct scene, but there should only be one scene.
Weird. Okay, but it's working, right?
If you had nothing to pull, but I wonder if it had just pulled.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me...
Just crack open LD46 and just
Yeah.
see if there's a folder structure in there.
Yeah, okay. No, that's the thing I was looking at. There is no folder structure in there. That's what's weird.
Okay.
There's nothing
Crack
except
open
assets.
Crack open the scene in the scenes folder
Hey, Kyle.
and see if...
No, there is no scenes folder. I'm up to date and there's no scenes folder. That's the problem.
No scenes folder?
I have assets and packages, that's it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm wondering whether I'm not a high enough... maybe user and not manager or something, and maybe I
No,
can
you are a manager. But that wouldn't make a difference anyway.
Weird.
Well,
Okay.
yours is working for me, so
Yeah,
we'll work on this
we'll
one.
just use the Mexican wave one. Okay.
Cool.
Let's use that then, yeah?
Yeah, it's
Cool.
exciting.
In that case, finally, we have things to actually show you guys. Mexican wave game. Here we go. Let's start making stuff.
Is that the way that you are? I can picture you staring out the window, not caring.
Are we going to work in different scenes?
In different scenes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall I just immediately push my scene version now?
If you like.
Sure.
The night goes by. Oh, the night goes by.
If you want to make any new folders or anything, just let me know and we can sort things out.
Sure, I mean...
I'm going to delete commit test from the hierarchy there as well.
Spoil yourself.
Done. Yeah, I should just say up front, I'm still fairly new to Unity. You might see things that look egregious. I apologise.
But also, let me just say, you don't have to accept his apology if you don't want to.
Thanks, bud.
That's
Do
really
you
up-
space double name words in the hierarchy? Double word names? If I say
You-
crowd controller, would you put a space
Yeah,
in it?
you can. Yeah, you can put space in the hierarchy.
Would you, though?
Would I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm making a scripts folder.
I already just love this. I mean, it's so. You're going to think it's too minimal, I think, but we'll definitely. I mean, again, because it's so quick.
Yeah, sure. It's fine. Try it. Are you okay? Have you made any more folders? Shall I make a scripts folder here? Are you okay with that?
I've made no folders. Spoil yourself.
Okay.
My normal folders are scripts, prefabs, meshes, materials,
I'll just do
textures,
this. Yeah, hang on one sec.
shaders.
So-
No, I just say as you go.
Shaders. I'll just make a few right now. Prefabs, which is spelled incorrectly. Prefab C and script shaders.
We've spent the past 20 minutes continuing talking about the Mexican wave game like it's a joke and not an actual game that they're about to program. Yeah, no, get excited.
Other folders.
What have you got? Sorry?
Materials,
You're in front-
prefab C and script shaders.
Textures.
Is that materials?
No, different.
Okay.
Different. Hold on. Textures. Animation.
Oh, that's a script. Let's just call it the thing I need a script for soon and put it in.
That's LD efficiency.
Okay, create folder animation. Also spelt wrong. Circ. Yep. Anything else?
It'll probably come to me as we go. I think so. Post-processing sometimes gets its own one.
God, I cannot spell today. Okay, I'll just push this as it is. You can make any more you want. Scripts. What have you done, Infernal? What's the matter, pal?
You might as well call me King Dance. I am a dance of me.
What are we calling a person in the crowd? Spectator?
Yeah, sure. Walking down the sidewalk, is that the way that you wanna be seen? Don't you never forget you. Photographic memory. Oh, this is so fun. I'm kind of hyped that we're making this one.
At least it's kind of forcing us to go so small scope, because we definitely overscoped one or two of those ideas. As much as we don't want to admit it. I have used Unity before, Rubik's, just not a ton.
Just not enough.
Not enough. The more the better. Crowd controller, so spectator can go into here.
You've been freshen up on Unity recently as well, like.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be entirely.
I'm good enough at Unity to make a Mexican wave game.
Which is impressive. Cause...
Rubik's is posting in game dev in the channel. Yeah, that's a fine place to talk about LD stuff.
Get everyone in. We love company. You know what I do miss about Game Maker? Being able to very quickly preview sprite sheets.
Yeah, I mean, you could run them into your own Game Maker just to see them if you wanted to.
That's not a bad shout.
Are we doing pixel art for this?
Yes, I am currently.
Okay.
We might not end up doing, but at present, I'm very much doing pixel art. I really want to try this art style of the Darwinian men. I think they're going to be very funny. Oh dear. Trying to well mess that out, didn't I? I should download like Ace Sprite. Everyone says use Ace Sprite. I've just never used it before. I'm just so comfortable with Photoshop. Oh, so it's multiple of 16. 16 times 8. 94? 94 a multiple of 16? No. 32, 64. 98. Okay, make on here. Spreadsheet matter. Okay. You gonna put some music on while you stream? Yeah, Nick?
No. Copyright stuff. And we don't have anywhere near enough music to fill 50 hours.
Nothing on SoundCloud is copyright. I think by nature of being on SoundCloud, it has to be an open source license.
I definitely listen to like bands that would copyright strike me on YouTube on SoundCloud.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Even if the band or the artist would be okay with it, I think YouTube's copyright filters will still hit stuff.
Yeah, they certainly will. I just thought, well, maybe I'm making this up. I know Groove Shark used to have loads of copyright music, but I thought SoundCloud did.
I mean, if you played Groove Shark, you'd get hit by YouTube's copyright filters.
Watch some GDC talks while we go. From the web, from your own computer. My own computer, please.
So we can also...
There's next. That's funny. Like, tell me there isn't something in this.
In what way?
I double dog dare you to tell me there isn't something in this art style. How do I?
Oh, that's what we're doing. Right, okay.
You know, let me just give them. I'm going to give them their little chairs. Just give them all their little chairs.
Let me know as soon as there's something to look at.
Shall I send it to you on WhatsApp?
WhatsApp it, I guess?
I'll blow it up
Discord
real
is
big,
fine.
so
Discord is
try and compress it.
Discord's better, actually. Use Discord.
Okay.
It's kind of got lost in chat last again. Do you have any ideas for what you're doing for the music? No, I don't know if you want to do diegetic music that you would hear in a stadium.
Yeah, probably.
Just like air horns going off and crowd noises. It might be funny to make a really like dramatic, cinematic soundtrack, but entirely out of like vuvuzelas.
Vuvuzelas, of course. We're definitely getting a vuvuzela.
Got a memeage is so outdated.
Oh, wait, bring the vuvuzelas back. Discord, he says. Like, just look at that and tell me you don't think there's a comedic value in something like this.
So I'm not quiet because I hate it. I'm quiet because I'm trying to imagine the stadium filled with these people.
I'm not quiet because I hate it. I'm quiet because I'm deciding how much I hate it.
No, I can see that working.
You know what I'm saying?
It's funny out of the minimalism. I think you could also get humor out of like just a cartoony aesthetic, just funny, like fun,
like
goofy,
good.
goofy. This
Like,
also this works though. You could do this.
There's something to me is just very funny about the facelessness and
Yeah.
the lo-fi. But I think what would be more fun here, so like I've done this as pixel art animation. What might be a more interesting way of doing this is to have this as their pixel art silhouette, but I'll do it in 3D and I'll animate the mesh really fluidly. So rather than having like frame by frame animation, if we go into slow motion or something, they are like constantly moving in slow mo, like they are tweening correctly.
Yeah.
They just like they rest at this like pixel art downness, and maybe I like keyframe them at like what would be orthographic pixel art positions, but we can like smooth out that, because I think having something that's like this hyper minimal in its like design, but having fluid animation. So like we can even give them like little breathing idols and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that might be quite funny to keep like the aesthetic, hyper minimal motion quite fluid.
Okay.
What do you reckon?
I'm just gonna defer to you entirely on art. I think that works, and I think there's a couple things that can work. So just do what you want to do.
I so want to see the context of that long string of messages in your DM. If I'm not mistaken, it was Skye's mic wasn't working. It's not the most exciting conversation in the world.
Oh yeah, no, I was calling. Yeah, no, this is actually quite fun. I was calling Niz from inside a web browser source in OBS over Discord. It was black magic.
It was black magic.
Okay, I've zoomed in my text on here. Hopefully, this is much more readable now.
How am I streaming this from a bottle of mayonnaise?
Yeah, at one point I managed to call him on Discord from a bottle of mayonnaise. I don't know how that happened still.
It was pretty impressive. Okay, I might try and like rig these with like a humanoid rig. I might try and get this to pass in the Mixamo rig so we can use some Mixamo animations on a Pixel Man. I think that could be quite funny. So how much do we want to start tackling this tomorrow?
I'm not feeling that tired yet. I think I'm just going to go to bed when you go to bed, so let me know.
Okay, well I'm also not tired yet, so...
Okay.
I'm going to shoot you guys popping periodically over the weekend. See you later, Ravy. Hopefully we've got something sexy to show you when you're back.
Catch you later, Ruby. What's just giving something like a 3D cube? Is it just mesh? Is it a mesh?
It needs a mesh, well, a filter, a renderer, and an
mesh renderer, that's right.
Needs a renderer might automatically give it a filter.
I think it does, doesn't it?
The easiest way to do this is to just make a cube.
It's just that I already have a what do you call it? A prefab.
Mesh renderer. Although, just word to the wise.
Yep.
Tends to be that you want the mesh to be a child of the parent, which is an empty.
Okay, sure. Yep. Oh yeah,
So
okay, so I'll just do this.
Just give it a child,
okay.
or whatever. Especially seeing as we might end up making it like a skinned mesh renderer or something, depending on.
So the mesh renderer and the box collider are both on one object as a child of the parent object.
Rigging a humanoid for Mixamo. The mesh renderer and the, like you say again.
The mesh renderer and the mesh collider are both on one object as a child of the parent. Cool.
And if you're going to do like physics movements on them, typically you put the rigid body on the parent. Okay. I used to work with an animator who, she was like, she's really fucking good at this. Are you going to try and lay them out programmatically? Because they are sort of laid out in a weird way.
They are, but it's fairly easy to do programmatically, so I am going to do that.
Okay. Preparing humanoid assets for export. I worked with an animator who was really good at rigging stuff so that the Mixamo rigger would accept it. I don't know if that was just like years of experience that gave that to her, or if there were a few little quirks and tricks that she was very good at.
Kyle, we're going to make a game about keeping a Mexican wave alive.
Hi, and welcome.
In like a sports stadium. A crowd of people keeping a Mexican wave going.
It's going to be so sick. Okay, this is my goal. I'm going to get, this is going to be funny. I'm very on board with my own idea here. I wonder if Mexican Wave is an animation in Mixamo. I'm going to have to make my own 3D animations. This is like to such an extreme degree, but I guess we are just trying to scope up weirdly.
Yep.
This is so needlessly complicated, and I'm really on board. This might end up getting paired back to pixel art just because we go too deep. Wave.
What am I doing?
Oh yeah, we can rig them with like dynamic bones and stuff as well. Oh my god, this is gonna be so it was so needlessly complex. It's 2:38 and I'm putting deodorant on. I put deodorant on like 20 minutes ago as well. Weird timing. Just felt like it. Felt like I needed it. Okay, let's see if I can make this like exactly a pixel art. So he's like 3 wide, or is he 4 wide? He's 4 wide. This is how we're gonna do it. Oh god, what was that?
Why don't you exist? Oh yeah. How do you just turn an int into a float really easily? Don't you just like say brackets float after it?
To int is a function.
Isn't there a faster way of doing this? Can't you just paren float in front?
As int, maybe.
I thought you could do this. Okay, I'll just make this a float anyway. There's no reason for it to be an int.
I think it is as int. Oh no, it's in brackets, right?
Oh, that's an offset. It's not even an int. It's a fucking vector 3.
Holy fuck!
It's an offset. Oh, I'm using the right. Okay, yeah. Okay.
This is weird. I'm sort of making a voxel there by accident.
But this spacing is why I mean here.
Oh, pixel grid on here. How do we do pixel grid? View. Show. Pixel grid. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. You're 7 tall. Okay. Seems like I'm this version.
Oops.
What is going on?
What's wrong with that? Oh.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, I changed that. Oh, yeah. Okay. This needs to go back.
Such a weird way to 3D model.
Hey, Eva. I wish they were normal, like the same rows.
The normal ones. What you say?
Ignore me. No, I wish keyboard rows had the same number of characters in each, same number of letters in each row. That'd make this easy.
Oh, I see. Such a weird way to 3D model.
your hands off my penis.
Get your hands off my penis. I mean, oh, the sucking Chinese. Oh. I should also totally fake this with a fucking pixel shader. I don't know. No, I've started now.
Is this correct? Oh, of course, yeah. Wait, I just want to say equals 0.
This isn't gonna work. There's no way this works.
Hey, Ryan. Oh, what the hell's happened now? Oh, yeah. Okay.
We're just voicing your concerns. It can't be. That can't be enough. Okay, let's try it then. Action lock on.
Am I making one too many letters of the alphabet? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 18, 26. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Okay. That's that.
What? Freeze transformations. Oh god, I hope we can rig this flat pixel map. This would be so good.
Okay. So now we want to have this vector through negative. There we go. There we go.
Come on, baby. Come on, come on. No! No!
What's up, bud?
Maya crashed.
Oh, jeez.
I don't think it saved my guy. By it saved my guy, I mean, I didn't save my guy. No. He's gone! He took like 15 minutes. Oh, that's so annoying. Right, that got me. It's exceptional. just saving this next time.
How do you do a root of... Oh wait, no. I can just do
Math there.
power, can't I? And then... It's spectator row to the power of, let's just call it 0.8.
Arms, I have arms so down.
Ah, damn it, it curves the wrong way.
Why are you doing this programmatically? Is it just like laying them out? I can't believe it struggled so much with what I was trying to ask it to do that it just crashed and gave up. I was like, we can't rig this, it's flat. No, try it. Might have had a think and then just said no.
Okay. Do you think this looks like keyboard layout?
I'll look. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Do you have any spacing parameters in there that you can edit from the editor in case you want to like make them like?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Like what I will say is the keys, the rows, the gaps between two adjacent horizontally and vertically are the same distance. Like,
Yeah, that's easy enough to change.
okay. Like they should be as well.
The gaps between, sorry, what should be?
So like the gap between Q and W
Yeah.
horizontally
Yeah.
should be the same width as the gap between Q and A vertically.
Yes, it currently is. Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't tell.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, if you just modify that parameter as well, so we can just like kern them out however we like.
Yep. That's you can do that from Inspector.
Beats.
Oh,
Right.
it doesn't seem to affect
We're going
anything.
to try this again, Maya, and you're going to listen. Weld the verts, Maya. Good. Still so many verses.
Why doesn't this affect anything?
I did that so much quicker the second time. Okay. Now I'm going to save it.
Why isn't this changing anything? I'm very confused.
What's that?
If I change my spectator offset, the gaps actually are completely unaffected, which seems like there's no way that can be happening.
How dramatically are you changing?
Very dramatically, and they're not changing in the slightest.
Spectator spacing equals 2F.
But if I change it to 0.25, they should be overlapping, and that's doing nothing. But how?
Let me look at the code very quickly. See if we can just, if it's like a...
So spectator spacing.
I'm looking on the YouTube thing as well, so I'm like a little behind.
So spectator line 36, spectator offset. We times the spacing by how many of them there have been. And we add the indent. And then we instantiate using the spectator offset, which we add the offset to the spectator origin here. Yeah, Rubik says just make it a massive number. I'm pretty sure that's... yeah, It doesn't actually do
Spectator
anything.
offset is a new vector 3, which is their place multiplied by their spacing. Oh, I see.
Place just increments, but resets to 0 on the correct rows. That's what place is for.
There you go. Time spacing. So that's 1 times 2. 0 times, yeah, be at 0, then at like plus the indent 0, and then negative spectator. Spectator origin plus offset. Offset is 0 always.
Spectator offset is the thing we've set on row 36. Origin is just where we want to start making.
Oh, you've got, okay, here's the problem here.
Yeah.
No, wait, it's not a problem. Spectator offset is a vector 3 that you defined up there, and then you define it in start. That's within your for loop. Got it. Okay. Never mind.
Is it weird that that's not working?
My brain's a little fuzzed right now. Hang on. You've got prefab that you've serialized up there. You've got vector 3, which is origin, which is vector 3.0. Oh, by the way, if you get rid of equals vector 3.0, it defaults to vector 3.0 anyway.
Cool.
You don't need that line at the, on line 9. Int spectator equals 26. Spectator spacing equals 0.25. So, for int I equals 0, I less than spectator I plus plus. Iterate. You've got spectator row equals 0.
And then we set it. Spectator row is either 0, 2, or 4, or not like 0.25, 0.5, depending on what we set spectator spacing to.
Spectator spacing equals, if it's more than 9, it's more than 18. Got you. Sure. Yeah. Okay. And then indent is some mathf.pow. Okay.
Don't worry about that. It
Don't know
works.
why-
That bit works.
Okay. So the offset, so you're making a new vector 3, which is spectator place, which is I. Why? Oh, because you're taking away 10. Okay. Place times spacing. And spacing is 0.25 plus the indent. Where's the indent? That's that mathf.pow thing. 0 on the Y. A number on the Z. You're moving them on the X and the Z.
Of course so. Y would be going up and down.
They're going up and down.
They might be staggered in terms of height, in which case they'll also have a Y offset. Like tiered seats.
Yeah. But just like tiered seats are up and down, aren't they?
Yeah.
But you're looking at them as though they're not, as though they're forward, and you're looking at them like top down. Well, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Instantiate spectator prefab, spectator origin plus offset. I mean, sounds right.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm debugging it here and it says it's 2. How is spectator spacing currently 2?
You assigned it 2 in the inspector. The inspector overrides the.
Oh, I haven't even touched the inspector. Fuck's sake.
So is it that you were editing
It's
it in
literally
script?
just the inspector that's
Oh.
doing that. Fucking hell.
That'll be why. Make it big in there. Or small in there.
Cool.
Easy peasy. I didn't even realise it was serialised. Yeah, that'll do it.
It's annoying when I haven't even touched the spectator value. There you go.
It's when you first initialise it. You'll have set it. You set it to 2 in.
Yeah, and it's I know what's happened. It's just annoying when it's done like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we're making a keyboard.
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 Rubik's mentions we need to add support for various keyboards. Yeah, I agree. I think as long as we do like the most common 3 or 4, then we're covered. We don't need to do loads. But Dvorak, Azerty, Quartz is a good one. Yeah. Colmac I'm not even familiar with, but yeah.
Quartzy. That's German.
It's actually really easy to assign.
Probably.
We just make the strings, right? And you just
I
assign
ain't
the
never
string
tried
next
it.
to 'em.
Right, are you going to bug out again when I tell you to auto-skin this thing that you clearly don't want to auto-skin? Okay, my other options. Hang on, let's export this as an FBX and see what Mixamo makes of it.
Yeah, sure. Who even uses Dvorak? Yeah. I tried it for a couple days at school and got bored.
Who does use Dvorak? What nation is Dvorak?
It's not a nation thing. I think it's like a constructed keyboard because I think the point of Dvorak is that it places letters in such a way that it makes typing most normal words easier. Because the point of a keyboard, as is, I'm sure you've heard this one before, is that it spaces out common letters so that on a typewriter you're less likely to make errors.
So is Dvorak for English language then?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Don't quote me on any of this. It's been a long time since I.
Yeah, sure. No, just is that
about
R
what
and-
Dvorak was.
I know Quartz is at least a bit German. Characters. I would like to upload a character, please. I forgot you do this. No, it is. It's that button that says upload character. Let's just see what you think about this. Man, if this works, this is going to be so needed.
I guess I should be using ords for. They should be storing an ord. Is that even a thing that I can store as a variable? A keyboard ord?
Don't know what that means.
No, it doesn't have to be public to edit it from Inspector. You can serialize a private variable. It's just the public variables are serialized by default.
Okay, let's just try adding.
That's why in my script you can see it says serialize field private. This is make it private, but specifically put it into Inspector. Public.
What's the loops mean?
I guess I'll just.
Please, human, I need loops. You know that one?
As in like Fruit Loops.
It's like a cat asking for Fruit Loops, or a moth, maybe.
It's a cat asking for Fruit Loops.
Okay.
It's a chunky old cat.
I'm just making a lot of loops right now. I'm making edge loops. Please, human, I need edge loops. So I just like smooth this. It's like a really bad way of doing it. It doesn't mind being smooth. Brother, I need the loops. That's the one.
Oh, you're asking for the quote. Sorry, I thought you were asking in context what is one of the loops.
He's hideous! Oh, he's so grotesque. Right, let's see if Mixamo likes him more. Oh, I hate him. I don't want vertex selection. How many verts does this thing have? 48,000. He's so smooth. I wish I could see my screen better. I'm streaming tomorrow, not today. This is gold.
Here's a task for chat. If you can post me the order, the keyboard key order for some of those other keyboards, so Dvorak, Azerty, Azerts, just so I can copy paste these strings in here.
You wouldn't. No! Oh, it's an unsupported FBX type. Ah, yes. I thought you could do that. Okay. Needs to be FBX 2013. Yes. I do that. Yes, my pretty. Come on, fuck. Come on. Yes! Okay, we can do it. I think I might have to Twitch stream just so I can show you what I'm doing here because it's so good.
Okay.
He's so smooth. Okay, I'm gonna try the less smooth guy as well. Oh god, this is good.
You just did.
This is quality comedy. Okay. I think this might just be funny to me because I'm sleep deprived. But hey, we're probably all sleep deprived. Oh, this is golden. Okay, what do I do? Start streaming, and I believe I am streaming to Twitch. Can you grab my Twitch feed?
Yeah, so if I just... Is it actually working? Oh, yeah.
Am I streaming my own face right now?
Yes.
Right, I'm streaming my wrong monitor. Display capture.
How am I getting hungry?
I'll just move everything.
It makes
down to
no
the-
sense that I'm getting hungry right now.
All right.
I've eaten
So this is what I'm looking at, right?
Yeah.
Can you see this? I want you to look at this as well. So this is what I was looking at, making like a really hyper minimal Darwinian style character model.
Okay.
But I agree, this is like so hideously underscoped, and I'm not doing it because it's easy. I'm doing it because I think it's funny. So how can we make this a bit more interesting? So so step one.
Yeah.
My initial thought. This is so good. I'm sorry. I think this is so funny. Hang on, let me save this. I want to reveal this to you in the order that I've done it.
Sorry, Rubik's, just a string of all the letters is all I need. I don't need them split into the 3 rows. Just a full 28 character string, 26 character string, please. If you can, that'd be great. Sorry, go for it.
So yeah, so I'm like, okay, what we can do here is we can build him in Maya, right? As a flat pixel man.
Yeah.
And then try and rig him.
Yeah.
And that way we can rig him with Mixamo's unique character rigger.
Oh, and
which
you're
will
going to rig in with like 50,000 joins.
Right, so then I was like, okay, but actually I think with this few vertices, because there's literally as many as he has in the thing, with this few vertices,
just
I don't
all,
think Mixamo
sorry,
will
one
accept
sec.
it.
Just all 26 letters in one line would be great. Thank you.
Oh, I see.
Continue.
Yeah, so I was like, but I don't think with this few vertices, Mixamo will accept it. So what I need to do is run edge loops, but only along these sides, because I still want to keep these hard lines, right? I'm happy for these to bend in certain places, but not in others. But just to quickly test it, I was like, let's just smooth him completely. So here's like a smooth man, because a smooth pixel man. And then I saved him as an old format FBX. And it's only bloody works. So we can now put him in Maya, and I'm just gonna show you how this works. So chin is about here. His wrists are about there. His elbows are about there.
Okay, so Infernal, I guess in that case, include the symbols that would be where the letters are, and ignore letters that are no longer in there.
Okay, and now this is going to auto rig.
There should either way there should be 26 characters. Is he going to start doing actions?
Oh, you better believe it. Using my come on, this better work. It can take up to 2 minutes. There's so many verts. Let me show you how many verts he's on, Skye. It's so smooth. It's gonna take him a second, but this was because this was too simple. We are now also rigging this 46,000 vertices model. Oh fuck! Here we go. Look at him! Look!
Oh my
There he
god!
goes.
Oh my god!
That's our smooth boy.
He's beautiful. So hang on, using animations from Mixamo, by the way, that's pre-made stuff technically. Are you gonna do the animations?
Well, it is pre-made stuff. It's kind of pre-made stuff in the same way that BFXR is, though. It's just motion capture libraries.
It's almost pre-made stuff in the same way that Unity is pre-made stuff.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it is cheating a bit, but
QWERTY is just QWERTY switching Y and Z. Thank you.
look at him. He's so smooth. This was so needless. It's in capoeira. It's kind of horrifying, isn't it? It's so easy to get stuff motion capture ready. When this tool gets taken off the internet, I'm completely fucked. Someone will probably, there'll be a fan edit to like remake this. Look at him go. Look at him dance.
Danny's giving me Azerty, thank you. Sorry, let me have a look. Brilliant. Okay, I'm loving this game. This is a beautiful game.
So this is needless, and I think I can make him look even more like a pixel man by like hardening some of these edges up a bit.
Yeah.
So he's probably a little too smooth right now. But I like that I can do some key poses where he'll look like this, but then when he moves, it'll be completely fluid. And we can even like move the camera around him in full 3D. I think that'd be a really fun moment actually, where you think it's like Fez, and then the first time like a guy does a wave, like we zoom in on him, and like we like spin the camera around him like he's in the millionaire seat with like a spotlight on him, and he's lit in full 3D, and he's got like lighting data. And it's like, wait, this isn't a pixel art guy. Anyway, that just has really tickled me.
Do you want me to leave on your screen for a bit, by the way?
Oh no, I'm gonna do the boring stuff now. I just wanted to show you.
That's
smooth pixel.
fantastic, though.
Oh, he's so, so smooth. Genuinely horrifying.
So Dvorak is...
Are you back on your screen?
Yes. Back on my screen, mate, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna stop I'm gonna just only Twitch stream when I'm on. Stop stream.
So I think I just need Colmac now, please, guys, if anyone can find that for me. Is this Colmac the thing that... Did you say that's Dvorak? That's different.
I am streaming my POV Rubik's, yeah, but I don't know if I'm going to stream it the whole time because I don't think it's quite as exciting.
Oh, hang on. So, Infernal, you gave me a Dvorak with left and right, like, chevrons. I guess apertures is the correct one, though, right? Because dot and comma would be the one where you're not pressing shift. Should I be changing chevrons to dot and comma? Can someone investigate, please? I think I should be. I think it's supposed to be this, but someone confirm.
Okay, next attempt. How few edge loops can we have that Mixamo will still accept?
This is missing one character as well, because this is not justifying correctly with the other lines. We're missing something on Colmac. Also, how do we spell Colmac? Is it Colmac? It's Colmac with an E. Okay. And it's missing one character. Let's grab that. Is that correct now?
Oh, there's a causeway robot on him.
No. Someone double check this one for me, please. Okay.
My word. My word. the lighting data on that is hideous. If you use a flat shader though. No, I didn't see that shit. What's going on? I might try doing some animations for these guys. I mean, what I'll end up doing really is editing existing animation data, like we would have with BFXR, because like there isn't a Mexican wave on here. Like I will have to make a Mexican wave.
Okay. Sorry, took a while to process because I'm trying to work something out.
It's just a really quiet okay.
Can I just convert a string to the name of
The name of it?
a keyboard key.
Like keycode dot kind of thing.
Keycode dot, is that how that works? Keycode.
So yeah, you can do input dot if input dot get key, and then in the input dot get key and keycode dot, it doesn't take a string, it takes a whatever that is, I guess.
Can I convert a string to?
Well, you don't have to do keycode is what I'm saying. You can actually just put the string O in there instead of keycode dot O.
Really? So that works.
Again, I'm a little slow on your stream,
yeah.
But maybe, depending on if you've done it. And any second now, I'll let you know. Yes, that works.
Okay.
It works for at least all of the letters anyway. I don't think it works for everything.
Okay, well, let's hope the other ones work then. Okay, so...
Like, I don't think it'll work for comma and stuff. You might have to write those as edge cases, but right now you're using the letters anyway. Okay, this is fun. I love these little Darwinian men. I really want us to do these guys.
Okay, let's see if keyboard control is working. Now that's interesting.
These guys don't T-pose very well, they're very spiky shoulders.
Oh, I got... Yeah, okay. Mono develop just died on me, that's fun.
Using mono?
Sorry, no, is that... No, it's not mono develop, it's VS Code, I think. But it just died on me.
It's still annoying.
Infernal says, can you make a 3D model of Louisiana James so we can animate it?
Probably won't do that. I'll see what I can do. That sounds like a lot more work than Tiny Pixel Man.
It's missing an I after the E. Colmac is E-I-O. Colmac doesn't even go E or O. It goes E to Z. You're missing the I between the E and the O. E and the O aren't adjacent. In fact, in Colmac, there's no I or O. I'm so confused. Can someone just rewrite the callback string for me if that's possible? What version of Windows are you using? 10.
Well, you've got commas and full stops and semicolons and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, in some of these keyboard layouts, there are just symbols where the letters would be.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, you're gonna have to check if that'll be accepted as a string.
I'll work around it.
It'll be written somewhere. I mean, it might literally be accepted as a string. It'll be written somewhere on Unity's.
We'll give it a go. I'll be right.
Cute.
So what I want to do right now is just.
Oh yeah, but maybe the E and the I and the O don't make it into Cormac. Yeah.
Maybe not, but I'm missing a character, and what people have said is the missing character doesn't make sense. So I need some confirmation.
I mean, maybe the keyboards are like not actually laid out the same way. That is possible. Some of these keyboards could be.
I think it's
straight, right?
That's how it works. Am I making more than 26? Oh, do you know what is happening? This guy shouldn't be here. Yeah, that's what's happening. I've got a prefab in the scene that's breaking because it's not being made by the dude. So let's just keep
He's a classic, a tale as old as time.
Infernal has a correct version. Thank you, Infernal. If you guys want to just double check those strings and make sure they look correct to everyone as well, that would be fantastic. Because Danny and Infernals are slightly different, so I do need you guys to agree.
You've got a sample scene still in here. I'm guessing we don't need that.
I'm not working in it, so you can kill it if you want.
I shall also not work in it. We'll just leave it there. I'll call this viz test, which inevitably always ends up being them. I always make something called viz test in my project, and it ends up being the scene in which everything takes place, because it turns out there's way more code required to do the viz testing.
So I think I have functional keyboard controls. Let's see if this works. Having a keyboard would be nice if a keyboard got generated. That'd be just swell. Of course, the fact that this doesn't exist means that none of my prefabs exist. Oh, fun.
Oh, dude, I know. I bet I know what it was that was not letting you pull the.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe not.
Sick.
I know in GitHub, empty folders don't push.
Wait, what's happening
But
now?
you pushed loads of empty folders to me, so that doesn't seem.
Now it's just no longer. What the fuck? Why? Why would that happen? I'm not doing LD, mate. I'm pissed off. It's game over, mate. It's game over. So where's?
I love that you stopped because you've been unable to get the Azerty characters, a thing that you definitely don't need to be fucking doing.
No,
right now.
that's not what's happening right now. It's just not generating the keyboard anymore, so that's fun.
Oh, yeah, fair
Let's
enough.
just stop doing that.
Yeah, no, we're out.
Where are all these? Where are you? Where are you all? Oh, they just don't have... They... What? For some reason they don't have children anymore? Oh, because the child wasn't part of the prefab. Yeah, okay. That needs to happen in here.
You roboted.
Did I? Okay. I was wondering why. Yeah, so I had a prefab and I had a mesh as a child of the prefab, but I didn't do that within the prefab making thing.
Oh,
So it
yeah.
wasn't part of the... Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And then I can kill that. And now if I press keyboards... Nothing happens. Is that because they also don't have the script on them anymore? It is because of that.
They want to see us fall apart. He's so deep.
No, it's not because of that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So let me into your void. To your heart. This is the end of us. Sleeping with the moon and the stars.
So what's wrong with this now? Actually, adding the scripts to newly created boxes. Yeah, it's on the parents. Like if I go into runtime here and click one of the objects, it has a script on it. It's been assigned a control key. Oh, okay, no, it does work. I just wasn't selected into the game window. Yay! Okay, we have keyboard control. Except
Right.
Q. Q doesn't work. All the others do though. Oh no, Q works. No, Q doesn't work. Everything except Q works. So that's fun.
Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
So what's that about then? What's your control key? You don't have one. You have Q. You don't have any. Q, W, of R. So that's E, that's W. Why can't I select things in... So you have W, you have Q. Why the fuck is Q up here? Oh, I see. There is, okay, that's what's happening. Sorry, I just need to kill you again. Yay, okay. We are controlling our crowd with a keyboard.
I can get different fidget levels. Oh, this is so good.
Is there a way of making your keyboard not be shortcuts for the different kinds of like movement stuff, the different tools? Because every time I'm pressing like my top row of keyboard keys, I'm changing between the tools at the top, and I think it's deselecting me from the game window sometimes.
I mean, in play mode, that shouldn't happen.
It is happening.
When you've got the game, when you're clicking on the game window.
If I press play, and I click game window here, and I press W.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not. Sometimes it just goes out of the game window for some reason.
I mean, W definitely doesn't do that. W is like the go forward button in almost all games.
Oh,
sure you're not just...
It's just not doing it now. Okay, I guess I was leaving the game window somehow.
Yeah.
We should probably move the main camera to actually be pointing at this. So.
Cannot express to you what joy I'm having from doing this stupid overall exercise. It does save me doing a lot of pixel art animation though, which is quite fun. No, not generic. No.
Cool.
Oh, okay. His arms turn into little points. He just flips his hands so much.
My Unity window turn red. My Unity window turns red when I'm going into play mode to remind me that I'm in play mode, so that I'm not trying to change inspector values expecting them to stay that way later. Red is the very obvious, remember you're in play mode, things are going to revert when you come out of it. Usually Unity, by default, it's just like a slightly dimmer grey when you go into play mode in Unity, but it's easy to just like, forget that the colour's changed. Okay, let's just see what happens if I try and use symbols. So let's use Dvorak. If you want to throw mechanic ideas or just like event ideas at us, Infernal, that's cool. Music will be doing, I imagine. We've been to external composers before, but I think for this one we're going to be doing it. This game is definitely small enough in scope that we can have time to do music, and we like doing music. It's a fun thing to do.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do.
What am I testing right now? I'm testing.
So are you gonna do it?
Dvorak on. We're gonna see if symbols.
All right. Well, it worked.
Yay! Symbols work in Dvorak. Yeah, cool. I don't have to do any workarounds.
Should his legs be longer? So you're facing the wrong way.
Thanks, Rubik's. I'm gonna get a bit of food. Won't be long.
I'm hungry as well.
Mm.
I don't want any snacks though. I don't buy any snacks. What's Niru's Twitch username? Yeah, you know what? I should be streaming this whole thing. It's quite fun.
What? Sorry, what was that, mate? I could hear you talking.
Oh, I was just talking to the gang.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll be back in that.
Yeah. It is. Let me just check. I think it's Nirufa. Nirufa. You wouldn't like writing that in the chat, would you? I can't do that. I'm gonna stream again to OBS. Oh, sound on Miscellaneous audio. Let me just see if I'm actually streaming twitch.com/. That works. TV, that's right. Yeah, it looks like we are in fact streaming. It's recursive. Alright, cool. Anyway, let's get you over here. So we've got a scene like this. Let's get that camera in a touch. Spin the spectator around. And then
Yo.
you can see here, he is in fact sitting. Animate him like that. I like these flat characters, they're really fun. So I think what I'm gonna do is edit some of these animations so that these lines try and stay flat for the most part. And fix his hands. Because his hands are desperately trying to go to a point. Because I think I've put his wrists in this segment here. So what will probably happen is I'll just smooth out some of these joints so that these bends aren't so like tight up by his legs. But if we make him flat, you can't see how bad the lighting data is on him. Because if I show you how bad the lighting data is on him, it's not great. Into the materials. Let's just not make this flat for a second. It's like a regular standard shader. And point a light at him. And just really intensify that. You can see that his UV coordinates are all dodgy as well. Like this crease is gathering a lot of. You can see the triangles, the way it's triangulated here, because it's just so low poly. It's really obvious around his crotch area there, and his hands are just an absolute mess. but there might be a way to smooth this so that we can even use real lighting data. But for now, a good way around it is to just use unlit materials. So they always seem like silhouettes, which makes them more like this sort of thing. I don't have to. No, it's not that I didn't want to stream, I just figured unless I'm on the stream screen, there's not as much point. The next thing to do is to clean up this model in Maya with additional attributes. And zoom on half of them, which is nice. Oops. This should make it a little cleaner. There's some parts here that just can't be clean, but we want him for the most part to be in poses that make him look like he's pixel art anyway. Too much of a problem.
In scripts, we need to distinguish wave meaning the movement from left to right of people going up and down, and a wave just being one character putting its arms up. Is one of those got a better name than wave?
As the wave being the whole thing.
The whole thing moving left to right as a shape, and
Got
wave
it.
just being one character doing an arms up and down action. Both of those things could be called a wave, so which one do we change? What's a better name for those?
Maybe the animation is easier to explain if just go like arms up.
Arm raise?
Arms up, I think is
Arms up, okay. We're calling that an arms up. Cool.
arms up. Let's just regularly smooth this guy with like 2 dimensional lines. Just gets it's upsetting to me how smooth it gets, but let's see if that's worked. So yeah, these stay quite flat. He really rounds out. These curve too much. These curve too much.
So when you're making a coroutine, I've got private, i.e. enumerable. Do I still say void?
Enumerator.
Numerator. There you go. Now that'll do it. Oh, I'm still being shouted at.
So within the coroutine,
Yep.
it needs to return something.
That's
void.
yeah. Okay.
That usually does it.
It does it?
Didn't think it was going to end up being this one for the game jam. Didn't think this is where we'd be today. When you are smoking This is actually going to overlap in a weird way. Is that going to keep it tight? Let's see what happens now if I smooth it. Let's go on. And give it a mesh smooth, see where we land. Okay, inside armpit is still curved out too much. How the fuck do you fix that? Oh, okay, I see. That's one here. And that's one here.
Ooh, arms up and arms down should be two different coroutines, I guess, because if you hold the key down, it just stays up.
Is that what we're thinking?
I think so.
Okay.
Because there might be certain actions where you want to keep your arms up.
Yeah, okay. So you just tap the key to do the anime. I'm guessing that there's still like tapping the key finishes the animation fully.
Yeah, I think so.
Like it doesn't fail to get his arms all the way up.
Yeah, I think a tap is fine.
Okay, so yeah, like a tap will just... Yeah, okay. I can think of how we do this in the animator or something. Let's smooth that and see if that's okay. So yeah, that still looks like a pixel man. But he's got substantially more, but 11 thou. That's going to be much nicer for animation. And hopefully the fortitude of his hands will stay. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not fortitude. The strength, the tension, how
Context.
durable it is.
Constitution?
Yeah, I guess it is constitution. Constitution of his hands. This is such a weird model. This pixel man, who is, let me just quickly count roughly how many pixels he is. Well, he's 16 by 16 and he fills about half the frame, so whatever that is. He's like fewer than 100 pixels, definitely. Talking close to like maybe, what's that? 80 pixels maybe. Is currently 11,106 hertz.
Amazing.
Just for the sake of the animation. But that's good. I think this is good. This is a good one. I think that's
How do I
enough.
do so if I yield return null in a coroutine, it just ends the coroutine, right?
You'll return null.
Yeah.
Will advance to the next frame.
Right.
And if you do nothing else, then yes, the coroutine doesn't know to start itself. It basically just says like terminate this here. Pick you can
Oh, of
address
course,
it.
yeah. Okay.
If you're in like a while loop, for example,
Yeah.
your while loop needs a yield return null within it
That's fine.
to say advance me, but then it will check itself again because it's been a while.
So,
I think that's not even correct how I've explained it, but that's how I think of it.
no, that's okay. So, how do I check for, because I think this is a check you can do. I want to do an if there are instances of this coroutine running. How do I do that?
If there are instances of it running,
Yes, I want to say, are there any arms up coroutines currently running? That's a thing I can do, right?
that is a great question, actually. So, is this just to make sure that it's the only one? Can only one be running at any given time?
Yes.
Okay, so then let me think of a way around that. Usually the left half.
Infernal, the way I'm planning on doing this is just the arms down, checks if arms up is currently running, and if it is, it just waits until it ends.
Okay, so what you do is you can have a reference within your script to a coroutine.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
like private I enumerator current arms coroutine. You can leave that blank.
Private
At the top.
I enumerator.
So you define that in the same place that you're defining like your floats and stuff at the top.
Yep. Current arms up. Yep. And then here I say current arms up
Arms
equals.
up equals class coroutine. Whatever.
That's shouting at me. Is it an I enumerable? No.
No, it's private coroutine current arms up, not private I enumerator.
Private coroutine.
I think that's correct.
Cannot convert type void to Unity engine.coroutine. It thinks this is a begin arms up.
What is begin arms up?
Oh, sorry. I'm just doing it in the wrong place. Ignore me. There you go. That's correct. So current arms up now equals this, and now I say if current arms up
Not equals null.
how do I reset current arms up to null? Do I just do that under end of arms up?
Yeah, presumably.
So
Well, this is a weird way of doing it. I mean, it's not a weird way of doing it, but I think we can get around this with the animator. Like, you can write this in within the state machine. We can come back to
I'm
this.
more comfortable with scripts because I've not really used the animators yet.
No, it's just that eventually these will be tied to animations anyway, right? So, like, you're doing code in here that's making their arms go up, but
Yeah.
eventually that will be an animation. So
Okay.
we can pull this out of the state machine. But for now, I think this is fine.
Okay.
I'm telling you that.
Multiple keys will work entirely independently of one another, Rubik's. Because all of these scripts are only checking for one key being used.
Now though,
Yep.
keyboards have a limit of how many keys you can be pressing at once.
Keyboards do. I thought software did.
I'm pretty sure some keyboards only register like the first 3 keys you press.
Let's try this. No, I can't because my script's currently broken. We'll try this later.
You might be making that up. It's possible I'm making that up. Let's just assume I'm making it.
It may just be the case that you only ever control 3 guys, but as difficulty increases, those guys switch more and more rapidly. Like you're controlling 3 guys on one wave, and then all 3 change for the next wave. You've just got to get it done fast.
It's fine.
It's a good typing. It's like a typing of the dead game.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Good way to learn Dvorak.
It's not a good way to learn Dvorak, is it?
I think
How
it's the
dare you
best
practice.
way to learn
This is a
Dvorak.
good way to do that. I don't know where the chin is on this guy. Asks you to define the chin when
That
you
sounds like you're about to like.
leather him.
Yeah. Don't even know where the chin is on this guy. Batter
Nothing.
him. I'm gonna fucking batter him. I don't even know where his chin is.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to define it by chin, wrists, elbows, knees, and groin, which is my favorite headshot. Knees and toes. Chin, wrists, elbows, knees, and groin.
Knees and groin.
But the chin is like such a abstract thing because I guess the reason they're saying chin is it's the lowest part of the jutty out bit of your face, but our guy's entirely flat.
Yeah, I guess it's the bit that like if you're gonna nod your head forwards or backwards, it feels like you're pushing or pulling on the chin.
Yeah, it's basically where's the top of
It
the
almost
neck.
feels like the pivot, even though really that's the neck.
Okay, this is going to be much nicer than flat guy and smooth guy. We might even get light and day out of this guy. Oh, I should fucking absolutely UV him. It's so easy to UV as well. He's completely flat.
Also, again, sounds like you're trying to batter him. Mate, I'm gonna absolutely fucking UV this guy outside.
I'm going to UV the shit out
I
of this
can't even find his chin. He's gonna get absolutely UV'd.
You're getting UV, mate. That's
So
a hard
if
way.
I run a coroutine from inside a coroutine, is that a frame skip or not?
If you run a coroutine from inside a coroutine.
Yeah, without doing any kind of wait function.
No. The reason they are called coroutines is because they can run simultaneously.
But am I going to make an infinite chain of coroutines if I'm not doing some kind of wait before I run a new coroutine? If inside a coroutine I just say in arms down, the first line is make a new arms down. Do I just get infinite arms downs?
Yeah.
So what do I do? Wait for like 1 frame.
Why in arms down are you trying to do more arms downs?
I'm seeing if there's any arms ups. If there are, I want to wait for 1 frame and try again. I'm waiting until arms up is done.
I wonder what you're trying to achieve. I mean, I have coroutines that run themselves, like as
Right,
like a way of.
but you must have to wait 1 frame before you do that, right?
I see what you're asking. Right. That's a great question, actually. You can do that, though. There's yield, return, new, wait for, end of frame. That is a thing. Do you want to just see if your computer freezes and try it?
Wait for fixed update. Wait for end of frame.
Wait for end of frame. I'm going to delete all the...
Wait for 0.1
delete
seconds.
all of the hand data from what we're getting, so the hands just stay flat because it's trying to curve in its hands. Heads, shoulders, knees, and toes. Chin, wrists, elbows, knees, and groin. Knees and groin. Chin, wrists, elbows, knees, and groin. This is still taking lighting data, even though I haven't UV'd in properly, which is nice. Use such dramatic lighting for these boys. Why did I download you? My downloads, presumably. It's so much smoother already. Smooth. Side of Smooth. Do you ever listen to much Nathan Fielder?
Yeah, I've seen some Nathan Fielder stuff.
Are you familiar with Side of Smooth's song Morning Walk?
Yes, I know Morning Walk.
Zip up, zippity bop.
It goes on for so long.
It's like how unlike, how completely just
It's just like,
unpresent he is.
4 full minutes of bad scat.
It is really bad scat, and also like Nathan Fielder just looks like really like it's like really aggressively voiced, like zip bop, a skibbity bop, but he's like barely moving his face. That's just so good. That's comedy. That is comedy. This is comedy now. This is what comedy is.
So if I do wait 4 seconds,
Yeesh. But I want to wait for
it just waits there and then goes to the next line of the coroutine, right?
Yeesh. Okay, that is better. This is what we shall use. This smooth model.
How do I
is
format
like
this because it's showing
his
at me?
head forward. It's quite weird. Now let's look at sitting. We'll duplicate it and we'll edit it.
How do I use this?
Sorry, one second. Let me just quickly delete all of his hand data. Where do hands live? Hands down, up, hand in, out. And it's presumably the same for. Oh yeah, all of this is hand. Fucking hell. Ooh. This is too much to be fucking with.
How are you guys using this? Oh, it's yield return new.
Yeah. Yield return new. Let's get rid of down and in and out.
And then is it given as an argument in brackets? Yes.
Yield return new. What are you looking for? Wait for seconds.
Alright, let's just see what happens here. See if I've destroyed my computer. If the stream ends because my computer catches fire, I'll catch you guys in a bit.
It's been a fucking honour.
Oh.
That's like worse. What's wrong with his little shit hands?
Oh, I think I maybe know what I've done there. Yeah.
What?
That'll do it.
Are you frozen uni?
No. Better.
Well done.
Okay, let's
Easier,
change the
better.
keyboard back because I'm getting very confused by getting Dvorak right now. It's only going to run the if current arms up equals null check once. Is it? But I'm restarting the coroutine after waiting 0.1 seconds, so the new coroutine is going to make that check, right?
I don't see. This is a weird. I wonder if starting a coroutine from within a coroutine is sort of going to have to do that at the end of the first frame anyway. As long as it's. Why are you starting the coroutine over and over again?
I don't want this coroutine to do anything until arms up. There are no arms ups until current arms up equals null. So can I?
You can just do that though, like while current arms up not equals null, and then just loop it in there.
While current arms up not equals null. So when this, let's say this coroutine gets instanced,
Yeah.
and arms up is currently equal to null.
Well, it won't be. It'll be equal to this, right? Because you assign it to that.
Okay, so while current arms up is not null, I just want to do a wait, right? I just like wait null.
You'll return. No, just move on. Go to another frame. Keep checking.
Right. Okay. And then
Stay in
I
this
do an
coroutine.
else.
No need for an else.
Okay, I just do my
The while loop basically locks the coroutine in there forever.
Okay, and then I do that while loop.
And then after the while loop, you can just write the rest of the coroutine. Like once that while condition has been met, the rest of the coroutine will run. Okay.
Niru, I'd recommend that you don't make all the models look like they're all taking dumps.
They are going to be sitting down. I can't do anything about. I'm sorry. Deleting that hand data really didn't achieve anything. Their hands are just a mess. Why are their hands like that? I know it's like trying to give them fingers, but I insist that it doesn't.
This doesn't actually work yet, though.
Oh, can I literally delete? Ah, here's a good idea. Can I literally delete their hands from there?
Whatever you're doing, it sounds terrifying.
I need to unpack this prefab.
I'm trying to make a fun Mexican wave game and fucking Frankenstein of it.
I'm deleting his hands. He doesn't need these. Oh, what did I do? It's Slenderman!
Shall I switch to your desktop for a minute? Shall I switch?
Yeah. I'll put them back. So I guess what's happening is, if I delete a bone, it naturally assumes that the next pivot point is the origin. So is my desktop on?
I can't tell because for some reason I can't seem to play this stream on there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm having too much fun.
Hang about. Did I turn on the back soon screen?
You did.
That's not
you
been
did
on.
turn it back soon.
Did I just hit the wrong button? This hasn't been on for the whole time, has it? And someone just hasn't told me. none of my keybinds work. The fuck?
The machine's taken over. Oh,
Shit. I hope I hit that just now and I haven't been in back soon for the last fucking hour.
I think you did. I have my Twitch stream open on this page, I think.
Yeah, okay. And that's that.
This isn't Hearthstone Battlegrounds at MMR Climb. How do I edit the title of my Twitch stream?
I have no idea. That's the splash.
Category Hearthstone. I just disagree with that. Oh, there we go.
Okay, so what did you want to show me?
Okay, one sec. Ludum Dare 46. Game dev. And the recommended extension. I don't need the Hearthstone deck tracker. Game dev? Is game dev a thing? Game dev. Game. Okay, no category. No category required. Search tags. Game dev. Well, how do you do that? The game dev hashtag that everyone seems to do.
No idea. I don't know how hashtags work on Twitch or YouTube.
Game development. There it is. Okay, it's up there. So yeah, so you're looking at my stream right now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our guy. If you've not seen, he can animate. So let's animate him. You can see this is what he'd look like in game view right now. He's not like exactly lined up with the this, you know, but he's sort of there.
Yeah.
And then you can see him in 3D, which is nice. He's currently flat black thingy, but his hands you'll see are really creasing up, right? Okay. Even though if we look at the actual model itself, and I'll just drop the model in, like here, it's an original pose model. His hands are flat, right? No, actually, if we were to look at the, but you know what, I can show you even better. If we look at the mesh, by giving you a mesh collider, and turn the skin mesh renderer off. Oh, no, it doesn't like that, convex. Oh. Okay, well, it doesn't want you to see that. Oh, I haven't assigned it. Obviously, the mesh that he is, please. Like this one. This thing. Let's not make that convex. So, okay, because you can see the mesh here.
Yeah.
Like his hands have particular vert detail.
Yeah.
So that they stay flat. Like the idea is that the wrist is here and this is so much mesh that it isn't trying to curve it off naturally because it's got a load of structure.
Okay.
And that's why you can see a few of these lines are denser.
I'll trust you on that, yeah.
It's like almost, you can see these denser lines here are basically maintaining the structure along these ridges.
Yeah, okay.
So this would normally try and smooth out here if there was just one. But because there's loads here, it is smoothing, but it's just very subtly smoothing.
Okay.
You can kind of see it here, that there's some smoothing,
yep,
like under this arm here. But because there's so much detail, it is still smoothing between. So anyway, so I'm looking at his hands, and his hands, you can see, even though I've gone flat black, are creasing up. I presume because he had his fingers were trying to, like, it was trying to generate him some fingers. So I thought I'll just delete his hands. But when it deletes his hands, this naturally assumes that it wants to clip to the origin. So it does this. And he gets these horrifying long hands.
Oh my god.
It's genuinely
It
terrifying.
looks like something Lovecraftian.
Just truly awful. And
Like
I
something
don't
out of a
think
horror adaptation of a Grimm's fairy tale.
I don't think I know how to make that not happen.
Speaking of things not happening, this doesn't work. This.
You can cut back now. I'm going to solve this in my own time.
The arms, they just don't ever go back down.
No.
My things go up and they don't go down again.
Zip, bop, skibbity bop. There's got to be something I can do to prevent that happening on his hands. I could literally just give him little cubes on his hands. That might do it. So, okay. Let's make the sitting animation for it.
What? Sorry,
I want
why is
to edit
that
this
bringing
animation.
anything to... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm such an idiot.
What's happened?
It's fine, don't worry.
What have you done today
Don't worry about it.
to make you feel dumb? It's never too late to try. What have you done today to make you feel dumb?
God, that was a dumb mistake. Hey,
His hands so much.
Nez.
Yeah.
Look at my stream for a minute. Just gonna show you a cheeky little
Okay.
microwave.
Hey, that's awesome.
Oh, I would.
That's really fun. Are you scaling them up or are you just moving them?
Am I on it?
Are you scaling them up? No, yeah, okay, you're not
Just
scaling them
raising
up.
it. Let's go.
How many keys can you hold at once?
Personally,
just push your hand down on the keyboard and see if you can have like 4.
although Q is just done now. Q is just staying up, so that's fun. Do things break
Yeah.
when I try and hold more than? No,
I
I can
think-
hold. I can hold like 6, sort of. Weird things start happening when I try and hold a lot of keys down there.
Okay, that whatever Q's doing there,
Yeah.
that needs to stop.
I've got
This
some
is
that are
already-
currently like staying a bit up as well.
This is already great. Okay, I'm gonna try and make a Mexican wave animation already. We're so close. We've so nearly made the game. His energy's at 100. Oh!
I guess this just isn't how I should be doing this. We should do this right now.
This character is so funny when he animates. He's got so few details. Oh, I can do like more and more low energy stand-ups for like if they're drunk. That's good. That is good. So how low is seaters? Yeah, I think it is. Presume 50 is the default. Okay. There's a few things we have to solve here, and I want to solve them in Unity and not in Maya, but I really do want to fix his hands. Oh, God, everything makes me laugh.
Okay, yeah, we're not. I guess we're not doing this with coroutines, right? We're going to use the animation states for this.
Well, yeah, but what you're doing isn't necessarily a bad idea. We might still be able to use what you've got there.
It also
Which is
doesn't
my
quite
plan.
work properly though,
Okay. Well, if it doesn't work properly,
because
then
that, like,
no,
I think
what-
once I'm
but-
pressing
no,
lots
what-
of keys, weird shit happens.
I mean, there is just like a. What we'll probably do is on the key down event, we'll play the Mexican wave animation.
Yep.
And then on the key held event, we'll basically. Here's how I would suggest we do it, right? So there's a state machine where when you press the key, it goes for the stand up and wave animation, and then the sit back down animation.
Yep.
And that goes through the state machine that is like you press the key triggers the stand up and wave animation.
Oh, okay,
And
no,
the stand up.
sorry. This whole thing actually totally works. The only thing that went wrong is, yeah, no, it's fine. Actually, this is functional.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well done. If we take the breath of freedom.
If I make a coroutine, if I initialize a coroutine before I've done any functions, it'll just be set at null, right?
If you initialize a coroutine, one more time.
If I initialize a coroutine just in my variables at the top of the script, it'll just be null, right?
Oh, it'll be null.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be null. Good, understand. Okay.
You know, I can get rid of the 2 one-line methods for starting the coroutines. The reason I'm not doing that is we may have like buttons that do this for us, or things accessing these functions without it just being a direct input. And those things can't start coroutines from outside, I don't think. I think they have to go via a normal function. Because we tried to do this the other day and it didn't work properly. If we want like a UI button to make a wave happen,
Oh, Fishy's back.
that can't. A UI button can't start a coroutine. It would have to start a function that then starts the coroutine. So I'm leaving this extra step in just so we have access to it if we want to do that. I realise right now it's pretty redundant.
So what can we do with this sitting pose? God, there's so much data. Okay, but we can like hyper minimalize this. So we can you can just bonk like that.
Hey Fishy. Fishy, we have a crowd of boxes that can be raised and lowered. Or I'll take that back, that can be raised with keyboard controls. And I've just tried to change the way that they lower and have, in doing so, broken it. So we'll see what's going on there.
Okay, can maybe I should really be this is such a bad way to animate. It's one thing I never learned how to do, so I don't know why I've decided that this is what I was going to spend time on this project doing. It's being overwritten by the data here. What do I have to? Is that? Why do you not like that? Little fella.
Hey, okay. This is working again now. Or,
Okay, you don't like that. Why? I might have to, I might have to Google this tomorrow. Fuck me, I wish I knew how to animate properly. The one thing I never learned, and it's the one thing I spent most of my time on this project. What are these actual?
I guess this is just a problem that's happening when I...
Hang on. These aren't monitoring positions, they're monitoring the animation values from it to me. So let's make another version of this. Let's write those values directly instead. Maybe setting 1 now.
Hey, Danny.
Oh,
Show us the cool people Niru is creating. Have you got something interesting to look at right now?
I'm recklessly trying to animate that guy. You guys are welcome to. If you do want to have a quick just peek over, it is quite slow work. You guys are welcome to look at the Twitch stream because I am still streaming. And I will be while I'm on it, but until some like usually we jump on when I've got some progress or I want to show Skye something. Left hand Q and left hand T. Okay, so can I edit this value? Right only or something? No, not right only. The other one. Only. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
You can hear this sound a lot, by the way.
What's the sound?
Me doing this on my keyboard.
Okay. So I can just really badly edit this. Is this head on? This is head on.
We post a link to Niru's stream. Yeah, it's the thing with Niru stream is you'll only get half the conversation on his. But yeah, if you want to mute his stream and watch them both side by side, you can totally do that. It would just be hang on.
Twitch.tv/Nirufa.
There it is.
Now, what are they called? The shoulders, aren't they? That's what they're called. Now, how do I get the shoulders down? It's probably the shoulder down up function there. That is not. I think it's just 0. Yes. Fucking, I can even this out. Yes. Left shoulder down up. Why is? Really annoys me that it's organized by left and right, not shoulder right or shoulder left. It's right shoulder and left shoulder. So I have to keep navigating between L and R, and there's like a million fucking. Okay, it's good though.
What origin is never assigned to?
So now. The farm twist in.
I think I'm gonna say, by the way, as soon as you think you've hit a natural stop to whatever you're doing, that we head to bed and meet back up.
Yeah, I mean, we are left arm front back. I'm like learning on the fly here. This is like very new to me. I never do this. Okay, so this is down, up, which I know what is 0. And there's 3 or 0, is that? No, that is. Oh no! Put me back in the animation. Back in the animation, you coward. Okay.
Yeah, chat. There are no theme or Niru chat commands, and Nightbot's doing the weird thing where I can't actually change the custom commands.
Theme of Niru chat commands.
How long till you reckon we're coming back, Skye? What does that mean, Fishy? How long till you reckon we're coming back? Oh, do you mean just like tomorrow? I'm probably going to try and sleep for like 7 hours.
You usually get up earlier than me.
What should I work on if I get up earlier than you?
Okay, let's have a think about that because we are probably going to wrap up soon, aren't we? So, logical things to work on.
I guess just an automatic waiver where
Yeah, you need to use your coroutine code for now, right? But that's fine because that we can edit pretty quickly on the fly.
Yeah.
I can give you a state machine like with a bunch of broken animations in it pretty early tomorrow as well.
Sure. Okay.
So that you can like make that into a thing.
Yeah.
But we need to literally know what the game is gonna be. So it's gonna be waving, and you're gonna have to get the wave correct.
Yep.
We need to maybe like track that in some fashion with some kind of score. It might be worth doing a GDD and just saying like what are the things that we want to put in the game.
Yeah.
And I think if you wake up, feel free to do that. Like we want to have a Mexican wave with one character. I want to have a Mexican wave with that character again a couple times. I want to introduce the idea that you're doing a new character now as well. Might be fun to just change their colors or something, rather than have them like visibly fall asleep. I don't know. Just wonder.
I mentioned maybe some slight randomization in the colors anyway, so they weren't all identical.
Yeah, we can do. Although I do again. Well, yeah, different colors is fun. But I'm just thinking like it might even like with a quite obvious animation, it might not be immediately apparent that they're like, sleeping or whatever. I'm having so much fun with this because I'm just the sitting animation needs to be the one that looks most like pixel art because they'll be in that one a lot. When they're in motion, they can kind of break the rules a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe at the peak of their Mexican wave as well. I'll try and make them look pixel arty because they can hold up. But yeah, so GDD, so like that, like we want that to happen a couple times. You do a few guys, and then yeah, if we want to add like different features, we need to do like. I really want to do the cam one. I think the cam one is going to be so fucking funny.
It's easy to do.
Can we make that the second function we put in?
Yeah, sure.
That is Mexican wave, but also yeah, like wave cam comes on, and we'll do that thing with the like second camera as a UI layer kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like jumping in from the right, and then we'll another camera looks at that and it scans to him, and we can even do like a funny background for it, like they've somehow like green screened something in behind him, so there's like a star spinning around behind him or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, get the wave right, and then we just like mark when that's done, and when that event's done, we go back to like. So we've got two like game mechanical functions at the beginning.
Yeah.
You've got maximum wave and you've got wave cam.
Yeah.
And then I do really like the idea of beer guy coming around and throwing you a beer and you having to either like hands up to catch it or just hands up to ask for one. Getting a beer, and then when you throw your hands up, that beer getting thrown into the air, I think would be very funny, even if that's got no gameplay implications. So there's a few things we can do. I mean, if your coroutine is working fine now for like the mechanics set in, now it's all about how we're rewarding the mechanics and how are we making you use the mechanics. Yeah.
So, sorry, say that last bit again.
I said if you've basically got the mechanics in, and fundamentally, although we'll change it to have some animation states, you have basically got the mechanics in, right?
Yes.
And it's going to be like, okay, the structure of the game, like how we're rewarding the mechanics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to work on these characters for a while.
Sure. Yeah. Like if you've got something to just plug it in to my thing when I wake up, that's cool.
No, I mean when I say working with characters for a while, I don't mean now. I am actually really into it now. I mean that'll probably be like a lot of my day tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll be trying to make these guys look good.
Yeah.
Because that is the only thing you look at on the whole screen. I'll make them little chairs as well. And then yeah, I guess that's pretty much going to be most of the day tomorrow. I'll be getting that. Once I've got that ready, we'll plug it in. We do fun camera stuff. I really like the idea of the first time you have to go for a wave, like going into super slow mo. I can show you editing timescale is super easy.
Yeah.
Going into like super slow mo and like zooming in on the character that you're supposed to be and like flashing up the E prompt could be quite funny. Is E the same on every keyboard?
Is E the same on every keyboard? That's a good question. Let's find out.
Are any of the keys the same on every keyboard?
Does it matter? Because wouldn't we do it with text anyway?
Be able to formally flash something up as a prompt to say like press E.
Well, if we did it using text, as opposed to with an image.
But how are we going to recognize what key that? We're not going to know what kind of keyboard.
Well, programmatically we can recognize that, right?
Recognize the kind of keyboard you're using?
Yeah. No, we asked them to select at the beginning.
Okay, sure, okay. Yeah, in that case, yeah, that's fine.
I actually don't think there's a single uniform character in any of the strings.
That's a shame. I mean, also, if it was Q, that would be a really annoying one. But Dvorak, obviously. Yeah. Okay, then yeah, if we're making them choose what keyboard they're using, then that's fine.
Yeah, which I think is a nice clue, because I don't think there's much giving away what's going on, but it would be weird when at the start, because it's going to be an odd question, like, am I on Dvorak keyboard? No. Why would you need to know that? It's a bit
okay, I like the idea of making them all different colours, but they all start black.
Okay.
And then the first guy you get to control is like
fades
taupe,
up.
or whatever. And then another guy just lights up as a colour. You're like, oh wait, what? And at the end, you've got like a full multicoloured
You've got a rainbow. Down with that.
wild spectrum, but none of them are black, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, it's like unlocking a character in like Street Fighter or something. They're always a silhouette.
Okay. Oh, are we going to finish up here then?
Yeah, let's wrap up the stream. This is fun. This is such a dumb one. I'm so on board. I'm having fun doing something really absurd here where I should have been doing pixel art and now we're in Mixamo and I'm doing animation for a man that I'm still trying to make not look like real. This is quite an odd job.
All right. We're going to be back. Basically, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to get up and shower, and then I'll be straight back on stream. So I'll expect it to be somewhere between 7 to 9 hours from now, really. Just when I'm not feeling tired anymore. I'm also excited for this Absurdity Infernal, but thank you for joining us, guys, for this first bit of LD46. I'm really looking forward to
thanks
this
to
weekend.
everybody that's jumped over to the Twitch stream just to come and have a look. It's the most concurrent Twitch views I've ever had in my life. We've got 7.
Amazing.
That's pretty good. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
Catch you all tomorrow. Over. Bye.